Hey, what's going on, gang? Let me clear my throat. Hi there, hey there, ho there. Hello. My name is Alan Cox. Thank you for showing up. Sincerely, what's up, man? Say hi to Bill Squire, who's right over there.
Hey, creepy hugs, everyone. Thanks for listening to and watching this episode of the Alan Cox Show. Don't forget to like, subscribe, and share a cold one with the boys.
Mary Santora is on the road. Is she in Denver?
Yeah.
Okay, we have a lot of bureau chiefs in Denver. I think she posted.
Yeah.
One of the bureau chiefs came out to her show last night.
Pretty cool. It's pretty cool.
So if you listen to the show on iHeartRadio from the greater Denver metropolitan area, and Mary's doing some shows at Comedy Works South, I believe, right there by the Hilton there. We stayed at a hotel right next door to that Comedy Works South a couple of summers ago.
On her story, she's got staying in the comedy condo. Boy, have comedy condos come a long way.
A lot nicer than they used to be.
Yeah, this one is gorgeous.
Yeah. It used to just be a hot plate and a pull-out cot.
Yeah.
If you were lucky. Hey, say hello to Poundcake. He's back behind the glass.
Happy TBT, everyone. Afternoon, white people.
It is a TBT, isn't it?
Mm-hmm.
You had a very nice, I guess it would have been a Woman Crush Wednesday. You had a very nice tribute to Erica Lauren on her birthday yesterday.
Oh, yeah. And,
collection of photos.
And you know what's funny? Because I was texting her about it. I said, between you and I, like, we've shared so many, like, photos with each other. We can put those on social media and they don't overlap. Like, I have photos that no one has ever seen. She has photos of me that, like, no one's ever seen. And we don't ever post the same ones. That's how many photos we take when we're together.
You're just setting them aside for a special occasion.
Or, yeah, as a weapon. Like, if I have
As a weapon.
As a weapon.
If I have some embarrassing ones, I'd be like, look at you on your birthday. Remember when you threw up?
Wow.
Stuff like that.
So you'll hold photos against someone.
Oh, yeah, she would. She does with me all the time.
I see.
She has embarrassing videos of me, too.
Is there any warning? Do they just get posted out, or do they get sent to you first and say, take it easy, or this is going out on my social media?
No, she'll post it. It'll be like, bring! I get the little notification like, Erica Lauren Loves has, mentioned you. I'm like, oh, what a cute little tribute that she did to me. And I'm like, oh, my God, you posted that video.
How dare both of you? I would never
do you do it in that
like
Bill
that.
Cosby voice? Because I like that. Hey, I don't like that video.
I would never do anything to embarrass anyone like
sure
Poundcake or Erica. If you want to see the Scarrica compilation, it's up on the Alan
that's
Cox Show fan
fantastic.
page. Yes.
I watched that while I pooped. So many memories.
That was really good. The Scarrica.
Scarrica's great.
Hey, if you want to join us today, please do. 216-578-1007. 800-348-1007. It has been very, and I'll just pull the curtain back for a second. It's been very light on the phones lately, hasn't it? Mm-hmm. I think maybe a lot more people are texting me. Maybe they don't want to hold because sometimes I'm in the middle of something and they don't want to hold, and I understand that. Sometimes the lines are full. Other times they're not. It's fine. I'm just mentioning it just as kind of an observation on my part. We'll get the regulars calling like Dick and Rick and, but yeah, sometimes, first-time callers, I think sometimes feel a little nervous, or maybe they don't have anything.
Or sometimes I put them on hold and then
they'll leave. Yeah, that's what I mean.
Off.
Like sometimes I'm in the middle of something and people end up having to wait. But if you got to go, you got to go.
We got to talk about Trump and then all the phone lines will be full.
That's boring, though. It's so boring.
They always want to call and spice up.
He's getting his ass handed to him by Nickelback. I mean, what have we come to?
A Canadian band at that.
Come on. I mean, Lewis Black is going to call in around 3 o'clock, and I'm sure he'll have a couple of things to say about that. Lewis Black is doing a show at the MGM Northfield Park on Saturday night. His tour is called The Joke's on Us. I assume that means U.S., and then comedian John Heffron will be in here later on. I always like talking to him. He's a vet of Last Comic Standing. He's a Detroit boy, if memory serves, and just a very funny dude. And so we'll catch up with him. He's at Hilarities all weekend. I will cop to the fact, I will, in full transparency, I am rolling today. I'm fighting off some kind of head cold or something, so I am...
a little gassed up, huh?
I am like... between the Dayquil and the Zicam and the hot tea, I'm just trying to throw everything at it because we've got the bar crawl tomorrow night, and then I got to get up at the crack of ass on Saturday and drive to Chicago
Good
to see
Lord.
my family with my toddler. So I'm just, whatever's going on, I'm trying to nip it in the bud. So I will not lie to you. If I seem at all out of it today during the show, you would be absolutely correct in coming to that assessment.
How do you set your alarm for the crack of ass?
Very carefully. It's the one that you check 8 different times. It's funny when you do
past ass.
Well, when you're doing morning radio, and friends of mine that still do mornings, because you never truly get used to that schedule. You know, they go,
when you're waking up at 4 a.m.
Yeah, if you're lucky, you're getting up at 4 a.m. But people who do morning radio or have to get up really early for any job, I mean, my experiences with morning radio, but is that you have 8 alarms set in like 5 or 6 minute increments because you figure the first 2 won't wake you up. So you can't set an alarm for 2:30. You got to set it for 2:30, 2:40, 2:50. You know, whenever you're getting up.
I love afternoons. I was actually talking to some friends the other day that are on mornings, and I was just like, What time do you guys have to be up? And there it was like, well, I live close to the station, but I still have to get up at like 4:30 a.m. And I'm like, boo.
Living close to the station was always like my number one thing. Now when we living in Bay Village and we work in Independence, this is by far the farthest I've ever lived for work. Living within like a couple of minutes driving distance has always been the clutch thing for me.
And then I was telling them, well, afternoons, you know, I have to be at the latest. You know, some days I'll sleep till 10 if I want.
Yeah.
If I want. And they're like, you son of a bitch.
Yeah. Well, and you get to kind of keep a normal life.
Yeah.
You know, you can do stuff at night.
Yeah.
You know.
I went to the art museum yesterday after the show.
There you go.
Normal
After this
things.
show, you go to the art museum.
Yesterday I did, yeah.
You haul ass to the east side.
Yep.
For a little nighttime stroll.
Yep.
With whom?
On Wednesdays, I have a friend that works there.
Is it like free Wednesdays or something, or do you pretend to be a student, or what is it?
No. I mean, there's a Michelangelo exhibit. So, I mean, the art museum's always free unless you go into one of, like, the curated exhibits that are, like, specialties.
Oh, you just go and walk around.
Yeah, but I went to this Michelangelo exhibit, and she works there, and she knows everything about it, so she's telling me all about it. And,
I see.
Like, telling me all these facts, and they're all just, like, sliding right through my brain.
She
And
gives
I'm
you
like,
the walking tour?
Yeah, and I'm like, he's good at drawing. He drew the man's good.
So she's wasting her time filling your head full of this information.
I got a few things in there, but there's just a lot to absorb in a hour and a half tour.
I haven't been there since the Infinity Mirrors exhibit. That Kusama exhibit that was there a year ago.
Yeah, I went
and
to
we
that.
went for a media thing.
Right, that was cool.
That was the last time I've been over there.
I went to the Vagina Flower Lady. She had an exhibit.
Georgia O'Keeffe.
That one.
Okay.
And then what else did I? And then I've been a few other times just to walk through the museum.
Yeah.
And I did their like art lens with your iPhone can get like an app and tell you more about the paintings and stuff.
Sure.
So it's pretty cool.
You can
I love the art
Google. You
museum.
can Google Vagina Flowers Lady, and all the Georgia O'Keeffes will come up. Yeah.
I think I did another one too. Can't remember.
Hey, Dominic.
Hey guys, how's it going?
Hey, what's going on, man?
So you were talking about like setting your alarm and stuff for waking up at the crack of ass, and so I currently live in Cleveland, but I'm moving back to the Pittsburgh area soon, and
Yep.
I reconnected with this girl recently, and I go see her on the weekends. Well, sometimes I'll drive down after work during the week, and I start work at 6 a.m. and get off at 2. So like if I go to see her during the week, I get up at 3 o'clock in the morning just to drive all the way back up here to Cleveland to make it to work on time.
Your day. Ugh.
That's how important poontang is to guys. And they will readjust their lives to any kind of reverberation, you know, any permutation. They will change their lives to get poontang. Out of town tang.
No,
Those guys.
the furthest is 50 miles or an hour. Like, if you live within there, then that's fine. I'm not going any further than that.
man.
But you're moving back there, you said, Dominic.
Right, yeah, at the end of this month.
Are you from there?
Yeah, from me and you have talked before. I'm kind of like around I'm from Sharpsburg.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah. So, I'm moving back at the end of the month. We reconnected recently, and she lives downtown. And, I mean, yeah, it's 2 hours, but I drive it so much, it really doesn't seem that long anymore.
You get on autopilot. I know.
Dominic, you mean she lives downtown?
Downtown.
I went to get myself some Sharpsburg poontang, bro. She lives right downtown. I don't have to drive out there. All right, thank you, Dominic. Bon voyage. There's Dominic. There you go. See,
either
he's
really-
getting up at 3 in the morning to drive back, and when Gwen and I first started dating in Chicago, I was doing morning radio, but I still like going out at night because I had a new girlfriend, and I'm trying to be a cool guy. I don't know how I did it in retrospect.
That sounds
for 3
terrible.
years, I got 2 hours of sleep a night.
That's horrible.
2 hours of sleep a night. My body was like Red Bull and I don't know what else.
Tequila.
Tequila, sure.
Yeah, that must be some good snooch that he's going out there for.
Seriously.
It doesn't even really have to be. It's still like cold pizza. Still.
Well,
still
yeah,
good.
but he's laying the groundwork
but he's laying
because
the
he's
groundwork
moving
to get
there, and
wrecked,
so
yeah.
he's probably Okay, Factory of Terror. It is a Guinness World Record holding haunted house down in Canton. It is the world's longest. They've won it 3 times. 5 full attractions totaling over a mile in length. Want to get your Halloween on? I will have a couple of passes for you after the break. 35192 if you want to text, and we'll be back after these.
Hey everybody, welcome to Is It Weird? I'm Bill Squire. Thank you for watching the live stream. Make sure you like and subscribe. Hey everybody, welcome to Is It Weird? I'm Bill Squire, and I appreciate you watching. Don't forget to, and I know this is audio wallpaper to a lot of you, like, subscribe, and share. Let's concentrate on sharing today, because if you share, even if you don't share like a link, tell someone about it. Tell someone that you like to watch this live stream, and tell them that they should watch it. And let's get those numbers up. I want more people watching. I want more people engaged with the live stream. I like the live stream a lot, and I want to keep doing it, but we got to keep those numbers climbing. Right now, they've kind of plateaued. We need to climb in order to keep this thing going. So keep those numbers up. Liking, sharing, subscribing, that all helps. If you never subscribe and you just watch it every day, or you watch it every once in a while, subscribing helps too. We're getting close to 10,000. We're around 8,000 right now. And that would be very helpful. Ugh, it's weird that I just burped up some chicken marsala. Ugh. You guys are lucky you're not here. No smell-o-vision yet. Is it weird that Mary thinks she knows me so well, but she really doesn't? Yesterday I went to the art museum, and I posted it on my Instagram story, and then she messages me, and she's like, "Since when do you like art?" I'm like, "I love art. I've been to the art museum a half a dozen times in the past year," which I think is pretty, that's a pretty steady flow, right? I'm there every other month at least. I really like the art museum. I'm there a lot. I'm a big fan of the art museum. And I don't understand how Mary hasn't picked up on that. She's always just paying attention to the salads that she's taking pictures of and her selfies. She's just in her own world. She can't defend herself right now, so it's perfect for me. But the art museum is great. Right now they have an exhibit that is a tribute to, well, it's Michelangelo, not the Ninja Turtle, the old painter, the Renaissance painter. I believe he's Italian. Great exhibit that has a bunch of his old sketches, which, sketching something back then was a much different process. You don't go to, the art store and get your sketchbook and your supplies. It's not like it was a whole, like getting the supplies just to sketch things back then was a lot more of a job, and it took a lot more. It was more of a process. So I appreciate that there's these sketches of some of his really famous works. Like there's some sketches that were from the Sistine Chapel, which is incredible. And then you have actual like artifacts, like actual drawings that he put his hands on, not paintings. Like we know the paintings, we know the sculptures, but like him working things out. And as someone that's really invested in the process of creation, I really loved this exhibit. I loved seeing how he was developing his technique and how he worked through it, and then also the history of it. The fact that these are sketches that are over 500 years old is incredible. Like there's something about being near something that is that old, but yet so delicate, and it being preserved, that just really appeals to me. I'm really happy that I got to go and see it. And I also ended up getting a little art for my new condo. I'm pretty, it's the hand of God, but it's also just his fingers, which is on brand for me. So it's a little double, it's great art, but also works for me because, I talk about fingering girls a lot, and that's becoming My brand. If he had drawn a gazebo, oh, that would have been perfect. But no gazebo art that I found. So maybe I'll keep looking. And then he did get very religious towards the end, and that reminds me of the video that I just posted on AlanCoxShow.com. It's a preacher that's speaking in tongues. And while he's speaking in tongues, he's also scrolling through his phone, just kind of really phoning in the speaking in tongues part, where he's just making noises and not really feeling the spirit like you should be if you're supposed to be speaking in tongues. He's just kind of groaning at one point. He's just like looking through his phone, and it's quite hilarious. So go to AlanCoxShow.com and check out that video. And do you want to talk about God for a little bit? Probably not, but let's do it anyway. What do you think God is? Do you believe in God? I don't really believe in God, but if there is a God, I think he's a very hands-off God. I think he's a God that threw some stuff out there, made some stuff, maybe he, maybe she, whatever the entity is, put it out there and is just like leaving it alone and just goes, I can't believe they're doing that now. Some of the stuff that they're doing, pretty impressive. Some of it, real silly. Real silly. So maybe that's the kind of God that exists. I don't think it's a God that's intervening in our day-to-day life. I don't find that God to be all that feasible the way life goes. But maybe it does happen. I don't know. I have no way of knowing. But it just doesn't seem like he would be all that concerned with us. Just the way the world's going, I don't feel like there's a lot of God happening on a day-to-day basis. I think it's more of like a Sims type thing where he's just looking down. Every once in a while, he'll mess things up just to entertain us a little bit, or entertain himself rather. So, who knows? Who knows? I don't. People claim they do, but I don't think they do. All right, that's about it for this episode. Thanks for watching. Don't forget, like, subscribe, share. Follow me on Instagram at Bill Squire. Come see me in Fairport Harbor if you're out on the east side. That's October 12th. And then I just scheduled a show in Lorain out in at Union Town Provisions, and that's November 9th. So we got a little ways before that one, but everything else is at BillSquire.com. Thanks for watching, and then check out AlanCoxShow.com for that preacher video, and keep liking and subscribing and sharing, and tell people about the stream. Tell them about it.
Canton, 3-time winner of the Guinness World Record as the longest indoor haunted attraction in the world. 5 full attractions totaling over a mile in length. Unbelievable scenery, jaw-dropping special effects, terrifying actors, and a full-service bar with special spooky cocktails. Yum! FOTOhio.com. Want to get all the details online. A couple of passes here for you. Factory of Terror in Canton. Good luck. Caller 13. 216-578-1007 or 800-348-1007. Got to figure out what my costume situation is going to be. We got the MMS Halloween Bash coming up the 19th.
Oh, yeah.
At the Agora with Quiet Riot.
Ooh.
You figure that out, because I think we're doing some kind of contest or something.
Mm-hmm.
Whew, boy.
I got nothing.
Yeah, I got a couple of oldies but goodies, but I got to figure out what I'm going to do there. You can AgoraCleveland.com, by the way, if you want to join us. October the 19th, it's a Saturday night. We're going to have the run of the joint. It's the MMS Halloween Bash. With Quiet Riot. I think there are a couple of local bands that are opening as well. I don't have that info in front of me, but it's going to be a lot of fun that night. I was reading about a woman in Detroit. Do you have me up on video?
Yes, I do.
You can see this at AlanCoxShow.com.
What?
There is a... I'll show you the photos here. This is a woman who I guess was working for one of these haunted houses, and she was dressed as... she's a local dancer in Detroit. And she had zombie makeup on, and she had a panic attack or had an anxiety attack or something. So somebody took her to the ER, but she still had the makeup on. So everyone in the ER is freaking out because they don't know that this is Halloween makeup.
It's very good Halloween makeup.
Right. It's like pro-legit Halloween makeup. Jay Fears
Whoa.
is this girl's name, and she had zombie makeup, so it looks like the lower half of her face is torn off.
Yeah.
And she had a panic attack a couple nights ago, and they took her to the ER, and everybody's flipping out.
And then
Get her
everybody
back
else
to
did.
trauma now, and she's probably going into shock. She's not making any sense.
Getting ready to do a photo shoot for Glam Gore for people who want to get their makeup done for the Halloween season.
No, I did not say nothing because I just assumed that they could see that it was fake.
We fooled them. We're that good.
We're that good.
Yeah, that's great advertising for the makeup company, right?
Sure.
Now, you want convincing zombie makeup? Come to us.
Do you want to be taken to the ER with everyone thinking that you're all torn up from a zombie attack? You know, they'll immediately cut your body open. You wake up from this, you're like, I had an anxiety attack. Is everything okay? You look down, there's like a huge scar on your abdomen.
But you know...
Yeah, we thought that you came in to have I thought you were in for that kidney transplant. No, not me.
The location of this makes sense, though.
Detroit?
Yeah, because in Detroit, they probably had someone come into that emergency room before. That kind of looks like that.
You can't blame the doctors and nurses in the city of Detroit for looking at this woman and go, we got to take care of her stat.
They go, another one? Another one of these? With all the meth teeth and everything?
Sure. Yeah, they thought she had meth teeth. I saw that Six Flags is thinking about buying Cedar Point.
Wow.
Yeah.
Why?
Buying the company that owns Cedar Point. Six Flags has made an offer to buy Cedar Fair.
Yeah.
In a deal that would, it would put them under the umbrella of Six Flags. When I was a kid, we had Marriott's Great America, north of Chicago. And Marriott, the hotel chain, had investments in amusement parks way back in the day. They had Great America in north of Chicago.
Heard of that.
They had, I think the other ones were in San Francisco, and they had one in like the Baltimore, D.C. area. And it was Looney Tunes characters. They had signed the marketing thing with Warner Brothers. So because isn't Cedar Point like Snoopy and...
Yeah.
Okay. So Great America had the marketing licensing deal with the Looney Tunes characters. So all the commercials were Bugs Bunny and Tweety and all that, and any Great America swag. So when we went to an amusement park, like I had never gone to Cedar Point until I moved to Cleveland. My wife grew up outside Detroit. They went to Cedar Point all the time growing up, right? Because it was nearby. We had Great America. And then Marriott sold it to Six Flags. Like I saw Star Wars. They had a thing at Great America called the Pictorium. And at the time, it was one of the first IMAX theaters in the country. And that was where I saw Star Wars. when I was like 9 years old, was on the Pictorium at Great America. And so, like, I puked on one of the rides. I had a lot of great
memories,
stories, from Great America. And then Six Flags bought them. And so then all the commercials started to be like the old guy dancing around
right, yeah.
instead of the Looney Tunes characters. So now Six Flags, I don't know what they would call it. Maybe they'd probably still call it Cedar Point.
Yeah, I think they probably want to keep that branding.
Not Six Flags over Sandusky?
Well, Six Flags they purchased Jogga Lake a few years.
And you see how that turned out.
Well, they had it for a few years, and then Cedar Point ended up buying it from them. So they were owned by Cedar Point for a little while, and then they closed. And I think it was just two amusement parks too close together.
Yeah, you don't need it because you can see Jogga Lake from Cedar Point. So, I mean, I don't think there's not that much money.
But I heard, but
Northeast
we
Ohio.
were airing a commercial about Cedar Point or something, and it was like they were celebrating 130 years or something like that. And I'm like,
Yeah.
what are they talking about? I had no idea it was that old.
It's been around for
Cedar Point
130 years. Like,
it
it's
is
old.
the second oldest still operating amusement park in the entire country.
You can tell by the
It's
roller
America's
coasters
roller
there.
coaster, man.
I mean, they still got the wooden roller coasters, and people bitch whenever they go down because, like, that's history. You can't get rid of history.
Well,
We got rid of the blue streak. You go 35 miles per hour. Tear that piece of crap down.
But I also assume that even the wooden coasters were not there on day one. Like,
No,
they've
but-
been rebuilt
No.
in 130 years.
Back then, it was like, come to Cedar Point and drink clean water.
Right.
It'll be an adventure not getting diarrhea.
Forget that. They're like, you can drink at the same water fountain, even if you're black.
No, they weren't that for. No, that was.
You think they had different water fountains in the first couple of days of Cedar
Hell
Point?
yeah, they did.
Wow.
130 years ago, they didn't have water fountains.
It opened in 1870. They didn't have water fountains when were water fountains invented?
I'm thinking that was more like
I mean, I would think it would be
20s or 30s.
Oh, really? I don't
Yeah.
know.
Plumbing was still pretty new. I mean, you had
So
like,
whoever invented the water fountain, they immediately put a sign on it that said whites
Yeah.
only. They're
It
like,
says-
don't let black people drink this water.
I wonder, did the black people have their own coaster or like their own part of the coaster? Like, did they segregate where?
Get to the back of the coaster?
The back of the coaster. You can't ride front seat.
no,
Maybe
no
they-
fast pass for you.
We'll say it. Go ahead.
Maybe it was, sir. Maybe it was the opposite. They put them in the front, so if anything happened, they'd get killed first.
They were like, here, go and get on the black streak. I mean, the blue streak.
White people to the back, the black streak. No, Cedar Point is the oldest operating amusement park in the country. Is someplace called Lake Compounce that is in Connecticut.
That sounds like a place that's being run by a cult.
Welcome to Lake Compounce. Yeah.
Once you're here, you're family.
I do know ours is the best, though. I mean, it was my favorite thing. Well, not my favorite thing, but like as a kid, I used to look at all the buses and where they would come from when we would go there for like a field day or whatever. The school would treat us to Cedar Point Day, and I would see all the buses from like New York, Delaware, Florida. I'm like,
Sure.
y'all have everything at your disposal in those states, and you guys want to come all the way up here?
Because Cedar Point's like world ranked.
I know.
It's
That's
always
what I'm
between
saying.
like the top two. It always goes back and forth between Cedar Point and someplace in Germany. You know, so even just in
Yeah.
the United States, it's Cedar Point. But
I thought
again,
that was
I had
cool.
never even gone there until I moved to Ohio because we had Great America growing up. We weren't making road trips to Sandusky. You know.
Maybe that's why they're doing this gold pass. There, you can get it for like $100
Mm-hmm.
the season pass next year, and then they're gonna sell it to Six Flags. And be like, we're not honoring those anymore. Goddamn
Take
Six
the money
Flags.
and
Yeah.
run. Screw you, Six Flags. Yeah. Again, I stopped going to Great America I think like the day after senior prom is probably the last time I ever went. I had a couple of appearances there when I was with my station in Chicago, but other than that, I didn't go as an adult. Never took my kids there. I would take my kids to Cedar Point or Kennywood when we lived in Pittsburgh.
Oh, yeah,
They were
Kennywood.
little. That's kind of more of like a kiddie park
Kiddie
anyway.
park,
but,
right, yeah.
But Cedar Point, I mean,
It's
obviously
weird.
around here people know it's legit, but it's legit everywhere.
It's when you are spoiled by a Cedar Point-like park and you go to another park. Like there was a park in Utah that I went to, and it was such trash.
Oh,
but it was
yeah?
the only one they had.
It's like a Mormon amusement park.
It was just it's an amusement park, but
Yeah.
it just wasn't that good. They had everything was just so small and just lame, and I was just like, this is awful. How's anyone here? And they're just like, well, we got nowhere else to go, really.
What is the one in PA that I always see commercials for?
Kennywood. He was just
Kennywood.
I also want to make a correction. I did not see SeaWorld, or I did not see Geauga Lake from Cedar Point. I saw SeaWorld from Cedar Point.
Okay, there you go.
That was, I knew I saw another park because I would go up on one of the tall rides. I'm like, hey, you can see the park from there. But
SeaWorld, that was...
I went to SeaWorld for like one time, and I saw the whale, and that was it.
My ex-wife used to work there, and they steal all the ice cream. And
now, where was
It was literally
SeaWorld?
across
right
the
down
lake
the road
from
Geauga
Lake. Yeah.
But that's been closed for a while,
That's
right?
been closed for 25 years. I
Oh,
feel
that
like.
long?
Like a long
No,
maybe,
not that long.
Maybe 20 years?
When I
I guess, yeah, you're a kid.
I was a kid, and I went. So I think it closed down in like 01, maybe.
Okay.
So maybe 20 years.
Close to 20 years.
SeaWorld, Ohio, closed October 29th, 2000. So end of this
Wow,
month,
close.
it'll be almost 20 years.
Damn, that means
World of the Sea Aquarium in Aurora.
7 years old.
Huh. All right. So it was open for 30 years. Is that where they were getting in trouble, though, for like when everybody was flipping out about,
whale
if you'll
abuse?
pardon the pun, yeah, when everybody was, flipping out about dolphin burgers or,
I don't know what
Oh.
I mean, it was pretty run down, and I think the animals were not properly taken care
There
of.
seemed to be a lot of public opinion
Yeah.
turning against aquatic water park,
Yeah.
Well, probably just here because, like I said, there's not that much money. Like, you have to have out-of-state, visitors and stuff to keep that stuff going. And the rest of the year, that's not happening. People aren't going to drive all the
But
way.
every SeaWorld is under attack now.
But-
If there's like 2 or 3 left.
Well, I'm just
No
saying
clue.
ours.
We
I'm
never
sure-
went to one.
I'm sure ours was one of the first ones to go. Because
Yeah, I think
it
so.
didn't have enough money to run it, and then on top of that, the everyone is up in arms over the treatment of the animals.
Yeah, because there's documentaries every few years about how animals are treated. SeaWorld is in Orlando. Well, it's headquartered out of Orlando. There's San Diego, San Antonio. There's a handful of
But
them
see,
left, I guess.
all of those are on a coastline. Like they have,
Right,
they
like
have
Orlando.
Like Orlando.
In San Antonio.
Well, they're tropical areas versus.
Orlando is a very
Warmer
tropical
climates,
area.
yes.
It is
Warmer
warmer.
climates.
Putting it by a Great Lake that is cold most of the year, like.
Well,
We
did you
went,
think they'd like leave for the winter, then come back and be like, "Oh man, we got to thaw out the whale again."
He's just there the whole time.
Just sitting there chipping Shamu out of the block.
It's been suspended in ice the whole time.
It's so terrible.
Oh, boy. We went on a tropical vacation. Oh, where did you go? The islands? No, San Antonio,
San
Texas.
Antonio.
San Antonio.
Warmer climates. My apologies. Just can't get it right
Beautiful
today.
tropical Orlando.
Yeah. And you and me both, Poundcake. I told you. My head's all abuzz today. Alan, I laugh every time I see the Romo Fieldhouse post on Facebook.
Are people
From
doing
Jeffrey. Well, I'd like to think so. I
It's
certainly
out
hope
there.
so.
There's a pretty good hashtag building on Instagram. I follow it, and anytime I see anything, I definitely like their post. So
Guess what I got for you?
What's that?
It's Romo Fieldhouse. Let's go see a show.
They really need to work that into their marketing.
Man, that is fantastic.
And I got more coming, too.
yeah.
So
Is that Miles?
that's Miles.
Miles is the best.
Cavs here on MMS. The first of their 4 preseason games, by the way, will be Monday night at 6. They're playing Argentina at the Romo Fieldhouse. So we'll get out of here around 5:30. Short show on Romo Fieldhouse.
Romo Fieldhouse. I want to hear the song again.
It's Romo Fieldhouse. Let's go see a show.
There you go. So if Foo Fighters ever play the Romo Fieldhouse, I certainly hope that they'll do that.
Foo Fighters.
Foo Fighters, ladies and gentlemen. Foo Fighters. Yeah. So we'll see what happens with Cedar Point. But as I recall, there was no big... I mean, when Great America switched over to Six Flags, I think they might have just changed the cartoon characters or something. I don't know.
Yeah.
Leave our Cedar Point alone. They don't need your stinky money.
Well, they might, though. They might just buy it and then leave it
And
alone.
leave it alone.
Yeah.
And maybe put some of those characters that they have the rights to there because that's going to help be a draw, but they'll probably keep the coasters all the same.
Yeah.
People, like you said, freak out. I mean, anytime they're like, "Oh, we're going to tear down the Blue Streak," everybody freaks out. So they say, "We're going to change the name of the Magnum." They'd be like, "How dare you?"
I think they're going to keep one. And I think the Blue Streak is next. That's going to go because that was like in 1964 that was built. I think the only one that will stay wooden and they'll keep up will be Gemini. Because Gemini is still fun. People like to race.
I remember at Great America, we had Willard's Whizzer was one of the roller coasters. It was named after like the guy, like the CEO of the Marriott Corporation or something. Like, hey, what a roller coaster named after me. And they're like, all right, Mr. Willard, we'll call it something.
Willard's Whizzer?
Willard's Whizzer. Yeah, because it was so fast. It was a whizzer.
They could get rid of the mine ride. That can go too. They could demolish that.
Is that's still there?
It's still there.
Okay.
No one cares about the stupid mine ride.
I don't think I've been on the mine ride in 25 years.
What's the headache maker? Which one is that
that's-
one where you're
that's
just
the
banging your head
Streak.
around? Is it?
They got rid of and turned
That's
that into
gone.
Steel Vengeance.
Oh, okay.
And I'm so glad they got rid of the other one, the Mantis. Oh, I hate that one. Or no, is it the Mantis?
Yeah, well, they turned the Mantis into not Val. Is it Val Raven?
I think so.
I
something
liked
like
the
that.
Mantis.
Not the pressure on your legs, man.
No, I didn't care. Alan, they had a bad accident at SeaWorld when I was little. They did a Baywatch show and a jet ski shot into the crowd.
Ooh.
Whoa.
That'd be fun. I mean, if you weren't in the trajectory of the jet ski, it'd be a lot of fun.
It'd be more fun in the smartphone era where we have video of it.
Oh my God.
Pics or it didn't happen, bro. How did Romo Fieldhouse come about, people are saying? Because I made it up. When they announced that they were changing the name of the Quicken Loans Arena, the Rocket Mortgage Fieldhouse, I said, that's far too unwieldy. Should be the Romo Fieldhouse.
Some things don't need an explanation.
Yeah, it's just a way to
Well, I'm
shorten
happy
it
to
down,
explain
yeah.
it.
Like
I mean,
Romo
you know.
Fieldhouse, Poundcake. Like, stop asking questions.
Poundcake definitely
Stop
needs an
asking
explanation.
questions.
You need a daily explanation. What are you talking about?
That's the first.
I get questions every day. What/who/how is Poundcake?
And what do you tell them? And what do you tell them?
I say, look it up.
Someone tweeted or messaged me the other day and said that they were with their boyfriend. He said something Cornhole said from the Alan Cox Show.
Cornhole.
And
Yeah,
he's like,
that's
wait, no,
close.
Poundcake.
I thought that was somebody trolling him, though,
Yeah.
too. I don't think
Could
anybody
be.
actually called him Cornhole. Like,
Eh,
why
people have those brain farts. You're all hopped up on goofballs.
That's true. I've probably
might
called
call
him. Have I called him Cornhole today?
Not
oh, my
yet.
God. Well, it may still
The
happen.
show is young.
I got
Yeah.
fruit bar before.
You got what?
Fruit bar.
Fruit bar.
Fruit bar.
I'm like, you're not even close, sir. I think you're talking about like a fruit cake, or like I don't know. Yeah,
Pancake. You get
bar.
that pretty regularly.
Fruit bar.
that's only from Mozgop, I think.
Fruit bar's my favorite.
And
He's the
Wilhelmina,
most sensitive. He's the funniest one. He's the most sympathetic on the show.
smartest.
Smartest. My
Most
favorite person on
smartest.
your show is still Fruit Bar. Oh, thank you. Well, I will forward that to him then.
At fruit bar at AlanCoxShow.com.
Yeah. At Fruit Bar on social media.
Parody account incoming.
Well, there you go.
You're gonna get another one. It's still not get verified. Even though
See,
you have the most imposters.
I bet you fruit bar is probably taken on Instagram, so I have to go by like fruit fart, just so I have
Or
like
fruit Bart.
a fruit part.
Blue Streak will stay because the Sandusky school system are the Blue Streaks. Is that like the local team out there or something?
The school system might not even stay. I don't know if you're paying attention.
You're going to start going to school in Port Clinton.
Yeah, when schools don't do well in America, you go, well, the best answer is to just get rid of the school.
Yeah.
Can't do poorly if there's no school. Mm-hmm.
Alan, I worked at Great America in California, and our Willard's Whizzer killed a rider and was closed for good.
Oh my God.
There you go. Right? That's how you get a ride closed. Oh, no, someone died. You just make it up. There's no coverage of it.
Sacrifice.
Someone went on the blue streak and died of boredom.
When you want to shut a ride down, you're like, oh, well, why are you doing that? Ah, somebody died on it. Oh, my God. Yeah, had to take it down. Sorry. Let me break. You want to text here, 35192. We'll have Lewis Black on the phone closer to 3 o'clock. He's in town Saturday night. The Jokes on Us tour is going to be at the MGM Northfield Park. Look into tickets for that. And then comedian John Heffron is doing the weekend at Hilarities. He'll join us in here after 4 o'clock. 35192. You want to text or watch, if you like, at AlanCoxShow.com.
Hey everybody, welcome to Is It Weird? I'm Bill Squire, and I appreciate you watching. Don't forget to, and I know this is audio wallpaper to a lot of you, like, subscribe, and share. Let's concentrate on sharing today, because if you share, even if you don't share like a link, tell someone about it. Tell someone that you like to watch this live stream, and tell them that they should watch it. And let's get those numbers up. I want more people watching. I want more people engaged with the live stream. I like the live stream a lot, and I want to keep doing it, but we got to keep those numbers climbing. Right now, they've kind of plateaued. We need to climb in order to keep this thing going. So keep those numbers up. Liking, sharing, subscribing, that all helps. If you've never subscribed and you just watch it every day, or you watch it every once in a while, subscribing helps too. We're getting close to 10,000. We're around 8,000 right now. And that would be very helpful. Ugh, it's weird that I just burped up some chicken marsala. Ugh. You guys are lucky you're not here. No smell-o-vision yet. Is it weird that Mary thinks she knows me so well, but she really doesn't? Yesterday I went to the art museum, and I posted it on my Instagram story, and then she messages me, and she's like, "Since when do you like art?" I'm like, "I love art. I've been to the art museum a half a dozen times in the past year," which I think is pretty, that's a pretty steady flow, right? I'm there every other month at least. I really like the art museum. I'm there a lot. I'm a big fan of the art museum, and I don't understand how Mary hasn't picked up on that. She's always just paying attention to the salads that she's taking pictures of and her selfies. She's just in her own world. She can't defend herself right now, so it's perfect for me. But the art museum is great. Right now they have an exhibit that is a tribute to, well, it's Michelangelo, not the Ninja Turtle, the old painter, the Renaissance painter. I believe he's Italian. Great exhibit that has a bunch of his old sketches, which, sketching something back then was a much different process. You don't go to, the art store and get your sketchbook and your supplies. It's not like it was a whole, like, getting the supplies just to sketch things back then was a lot more of a job, and it took a lot more. It was more of a process. So I appreciate that there's these sketches of some of his really famous works. Like, there's some sketches that were from the Sistine Chapel, which is incredible. And then you have actual, like, artifacts, like actual drawings that he put his hands on, not paintings. Like, we know the paintings, we know the sculptures, but like him working things out. And as someone that's really invested in the process of creation, I really loved this exhibit. I loved seeing how he was developing his technique and how he worked through it, and then also the history of it. The fact that these are sketches that are over 500 years old is incredible. Like, there's something about being near something that is that old, but yet so delicate, and it being preserved, that just really appeals to me. I'm really happy that I got to go and see it. And I also ended up getting a little art for my new condo. I'm pretty, it's the hand of God, but it's also just his fingers, which is on brand for me. So it's a little double, it's great art, but also works for me because, I talk about fingering girls a lot, and that's becoming my brand. If he had drawn a gazebo, that would have been perfect. But no gazebo art that I found. So maybe I'll keep looking. And then he did get very religious towards the end, and that reminds me of the video that I just posted on AlanCoxShow.com. It's a preacher that's speaking in tongues. And while he's speaking in tongues, he's also scrolling through his phone, just kind of really phoning in the speaking in tongues part, where he's just making noises and not really feeling the spirit like you should be if you're supposed to be speaking in tongues. He's just kind of groaning at one point. He's just like looking through his phone, and it's quite hilarious. So go to AlanCoxShow.com and check out that video. And do you want to talk about God for a little bit? Probably not, but let's do it anyway. What do you think God is? Do you believe in God? I don't really believe in God, but if there is a God, I think he's a very hands-off God. I think he's a God that threw some stuff out there, made some stuff, maybe he, maybe she, whatever the entity is, put it out there and is just like leaving it alone and just goes, I can't believe they're doing that now. Some of the stuff that they're doing, pretty impressive. Some of it, real silly. So maybe that's the kind of God that exists. I don't think it's a God that's intervening in our day-to-day life. I don't find that God to be all that feasible the way life goes. But maybe it does happen. I don't know. I have no way of knowing, but it just doesn't seem like he would be all that concerned with us. Just the way the world's going, I don't feel like there's a lot of God happening on a day-to-day basis. I think it's more of like a Sims type thing where he's just looking down. Every once in a while, he'll mess things up just to entertain us a little bit, or entertain himself rather. So, who knows? Who knows? I don't. People claim they do, but I don't think they do. All right, that's about it for this episode. Thanks for watching. Don't forget, like, subscribe, share. Follow me on Instagram at Bill Squire. Come see me in Fairport Harbor if you're out on the east side. That's October 12th. And then I just scheduled a show in Lorraine out in at Uniontown Provisions, and that's November 9th. So we've got a little ways before that one, but everything else is at BillSquire.com. Thanks for watching, and then check out AlanCoxShow.com for that preacher video, and keep liking and subscribing and sharing, and tell people about the stream. Tell them about it.
.007 35192. Send me a text. Comedian Lewis Black going to join us on the phone about 10 minutes from now. The Jokes on Us tour is his current one. LewisBlack.com for all his info. Love talking to him. And Saturday night is when that tour will come through. MGM Northfield Park. Comedian John Heffron will join us later on in here. He's in town to do the Weekend at Hilarities. Go to pickwickandfrolic.com for that info. Hey, Andrew. Hey, pick up the wrong one. Hold on.
Doing this old school.
Can you hear me?
Andrew, what's
There
up,
he
brother?
is.
Hey, I was talking that park you were going to when you were a kid in Chicago.
Yeah, Great America before Six Flags bought it.
It's awesome now. It's got 17 coasters now. It's almost as good as Cedar Point.
You living out there?
No, I live in Twinsburg, but I was going to go there this year. They built a coaster that goes 0 to 78 in 1.8 seconds. It's called Max Force. It's pretty sweet.
Yeah, I don't. I mean, I like that Top Thrill Dragster.
That's a great
when
one.
it's open.
Yeah.
You know, I like that a lot at Cedar Point. I don't know that I need things to go fast immediately. I like when they kind of get going. I like inertia to kind of take its course. I don't need something to send me back into. Pull my skin off is a great way to put it.
I'm all for it.
That's right.
Yeah, but they got a lot of good coasters out there in Great America. They got a flying coaster. They got a wing coaster like Gatekeeper. They got a lot of good stuff out there.
What's the name of that one that goes 0 to 78?
Max Force. You should look it up online. It's
Okay. Max Force.
Everything's got it.
Yeah.
Like Max Power.
Yeah.
When Homer Simpson
I think
changed
it's
his name.
Two X's, I think.
Yeah.
Max Force just.
Six Flags names all their coasters after Superman or Batman.
That's right.
So they're all like the same names.
And there you go. I want to ride the Lex Luthor. Yeah. All right. Thank you, Andrew.
Pulls your hair off.
All right.
Uh-huh. Your hair flies right off. Yeah.
Well, wasn't there that person that was on a Superman roller coaster and beheaded?
I thought it was the Batman. There was a kid that got climbed a fence to get his hat because it fell off, and
Yeah.
someone's legs clipped him in the head. Yeah.
Batman or Superman is one of those rides, and
I don't
just
understand. Even if
gone.
you're a kid, they have big ass signs that says "Keep out, danger," and he's like, "Well, I'm just gonna go
Just get my hat.
You figure you can time it out, or you're not paying
No,
attention,
no.
or I don't know.
I never-
I'm with you, but I don't know.
Like, where was the parent when that stuff happens? That's a brutal way to die, and you scarred people
I think it
who
was
just
like
wanted to ride.
You're going back on where was the
Teenage
parent?
kid,
He
yeah.
was probably out with some friends at Cedar Point. Where was the parent?
Probably
You know, I
the parent
raised.
was probably in the car just listening to music, waiting for his kids to be done at the park.
Like me. What are you going to say? I raised my children to not get decapitated. What's that got to do with
Yes.
the parents? Yeah.
Be smart, little Timmy.
Hey, listen. Upside, somebody in that house got a free hat. But I don't know that anything with the parents was.
Someone riding the ride, you're just like, "Oh wow, this is the greatest ride of my." I think I
blame-
just kicked somebody's head.
Well, yeah. It's a good idea to not jump any fences at an amusement park. You know, if you lost your hat, people lose their phones. There was a viral video that went around a couple of weeks ago about a guy who lost his phone, but the guy below him, when the ride scooped around,
Grabbed
caught
it.
it
Caught it.
in
It's
midair.
amazing,
Yeah,
yeah.
it was crazy. I mean,
Best
obviously,
grab ever.
completely by happenstance, but
I was on the Raptor, and I didn't have one of those things that tie. I didn't put my glasses in the bin, and then I didn't have one of those that like wrap around your neck. So like my
the little satchel.
yeah, whatever it is.
Right.
And I went on the Raptor, and we went around that first corner right when you take their picture, like right when the ride takes your picture, and you could see my glasses floating in midair. like I wish I would have bought the photo because it really.
Why
looked,
didn't
was
you buy
so
the
funny.
photo?
I wasn't gonna pay $30 to just like laugh at myself for not like.
Well,
No,
might be
that
worth
probably
it.
would have been worth it.
Yeah.
It was
And
a pretty good picture.
And went right through the loop. I caught them on the way down. That's how dope it was because I had them on so tight because I was holding them like this the rest of the ride. So when the ride finally stopped, I was like, oh my God, my mom would have killed me if I would have lost these. But
That's
like,
probably the most athletic thing you've ever done.
yeah, like we
Is snatched your eyeglasses out of midair on a roller coaster.
because we went straight and then it takes that sharp left right when you take the photo and my glasses went right off and you see the glasses just levitating and we go down through the first loop and bam, right there. I was like, oh my God,
That's insane.
That is insane.
I don't know how difficult it actually is to do, but I am genuinely in awe of people who can time out a crazy face when the camera takes
you see it. If you're
Well,
right enough-
you see the camera and you see when it flashes, but you see a lot of people trying to do that and can't nail it. And then other people, because
Get
I'm
bugs
always
in their
the
mouth.
Yes, I'm never that cool guy making a face. I'm always the guy that's got some crazy face on a roller coaster. And then you go look at the photo and you're like, oh God,
I was like I'm crying.
But there's always one guy who's like, yeah,
you get the double thumbs
Yeah,
up.
you nail
get
it.
the finger guns. There's all sorts
Sure.
of fun things you can do for the
Fun
camera.
things.
You can pull your shirt up.
A nipple
Yeah.
to show one nipple. I think you can get in trouble for that. And plus,
For a nipple on a roller coaster?
Yeah.
Really?
like people thought.
What law does that violate in the park? Park ordinance. No nipples on roller coasters.
I don't know.
What an arcane law.
Now I'm sure you probably can't even throw up the OK sign as you're going past because they'll think it's like a white power.
Well, not upside down. Jesus.
You do the Hitler
White power.
as you go through.
I'm sure there's
Yeah, but
douchebags doing that too.
I'm sure there are.
Yeah. We got guys in this building flashing that sign, for Christ's sake.
Really?
Yes. Alan, what's up with that
Yeah.
whale mural on 90? I'm glad you asked. There's a lot of people, speaking of dopes, a lot of people who think that whale mural is where the aquarium is.
I thought that. When I was a kid.
Like I
always thought
said,
that as a kid.
It's the real Area 51, I think.
it's over on the Cleveland Public Power Plant, right there off 90.
But what's the context of that?
We're getting a big old paint job. I don't know, because it's next to a giant body of water.
Yeah, but whales aren't in that body of
Yeah, they're not
water.
in the
That's
lake.
why they had to paint them, because they don't present themselves naturally.
Put walleye
It's
on
a
there.
flight of fancy.
Put walleye in a bunch of garbage.
Giant condoms
Yeah.
on the
They just thought it would probably look ugly on like the shoreline if they had like a big rusty building there.
Whales are majestic. They wanted to put some on the side of the building, but they've been
Yes.
talking for a while about getting that mural repainted, and so that's going
What
to
would
be
they put?
happening very soon.
No,
What's that?
It's going to be the same mural. They're
Oh.
just
Yeah.
gonna brighten it up a bit.
I think
The
they should-
artist is starting up the freshening up process. Yesterday it started. This year marks the 50th anniversary of the Cuyahoga River Fire. And the Weiland murals, the artist is Robert Weiland. The Weiland murals have always been intended to raise awareness about clean water and healthy oceans. Remember when we had those? Oh, my God. That is adorable. But they're going to restart, yeah.
Hey, sorry I missed your call. I was just calling you back to let you know that I love you and I miss you.
Few things as beautiful as the sound of the whale, as the whale song. So they said that it's going to be pretty...
haunting.
It's haunting. I'm haunted by that, yes. It was painted in 97, the whales, and parenthetically I like this, which there are none of in Lake Erie. The update is going to cost about $30,000. It's $1 per square foot.
That's not too bad.
Not bad at all.
Not considering what we spent on Romo Fieldhouse.
Right. That was a lot of money.
It's Romo Fieldhouse. Let's go see a show.
This is a bargain by any estimation. So there you go. There's your Alan Cox Show whale mural update.
Any movement on Mud Gun?
You know what? I'm still writing Mud Gun. I
Okay.
haven't. We haven't gotten to. Haven't gotten to the
Pretty excited about Mud Gun.
recording process. I'm gonna need some. I'm probably gonna need a refresher on that. On Mud Gun.
Mud Gun.
I got a letter from Big Mitch in San Diego. He said, Alan, you were talking about eating green bananas the other day, and I wanted to let you know you're doing wonders for your gut.
Oh, yeah?
Green bananas are full of something called resistant starch, and it's really good for your gut ecosystem. There you go. I just eat green bananas because they ripen in 12 hours. I'm like, anytime you buy bananas, you're like, well, I hope I'm hungry for bananas because I have to eat them right now.
They have a term for that flavor that they have, like in the Philippines.
Crunchy.
Palakpak.
Palakpak?
Yeah.
When they're green?
Mm-hmm. Because it's like not quite bitter, and it's not quite tart, and so they call it palakpak.
Well, because I don't, are there plantains down there or are there bananas?
There's both.
There's both.
Yeah.
Because I don't notice a difference in the taste. It's just that they're a little bit crunchier.
Well, they're like a little bit chalky. And
Are they really?
Yeah.
Oh, I don't know that I've
they
noticed
get much,
that.
It must have been a while since you've had like a ripe banana, because a ripe banana is very, very sweet. And if you're having one that's a little bit green, it's a little more tart.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
Hey, Poundcake, if I type something up on the screen, can you see it?
Yes.
Okay. I'm going to type a number up there that I have in my phone.
4.
For Lewis Black.
Oh.
Can you see that?
Yes.
Okay. Try that number. I think that's his cell phone. Because the number that they gave apparently is not working. So anyway, Big Mitch in San Diego, thank you. Again, I don't religiously eat green bananas. It's just that I don't mind them, and I don't have to race to finish the bunch if you get them a little bit early. He said this information is absolutely a byproduct of living in California.
Where everybody just knows everything about food.
About
tell you
guts
about it.
and green
Yeah.
bananas, and they love to tell you
Mm-hmm.
about it.
You know, it's also great for your gut.
What's that?
Just, pierogies and sausage.
Pierogies and sausage.
Yeah, they just-
Oh my God.
I understand.
They just make your gut happy.
Mm-hmm. Happy, but perhaps the pH or whatever you're trying to do, that might not be the best thing for it.
Nah, they don't use those fancy types of things. They just straight F.
Huh.
No pH.
Okay, I understand.
They're not into that.
Straight F.
Yeah, there's already a letter that makes that sound, so they're not going to mess around with pH.
Okay.
Just.
What's any update?
I must not be able to dial out on this phone because it's not letting me.
Okay, let me try in here.
Don't you have to dial 9 first?
You do dial 9, right?
I was trying to.
Well, let me try. Let me try in here, okay?
Professional radio.
Yep.
I like it. If that's his cell phone, can you just text it our number and then he can call?
Let's see. Trying to get a hold of Lewis Black. Hey, oh. Well, let's see. Because you got a not in service recording?
Yep.
Okay. Because the number I have for this is the number they gave me, but I have his cell phone in my phone.
Hello. Hello.
Lewis Black, it's Alan Cox in Cleveland.
How exciting for both of us.
I'll tell you what.
couldn't be more thrilled.
You could not be more thrilled, and I share in your excitement, I can assure you.
I know. It's overwhelming.
It really is. After this, and I won't take up too much of your time, I hope that we'll both have a cool towel moistened and ready so that we can take a step back and figure out what we just experienced.
Well, I actually am sitting in an ice bath awaiting this call.
Oh, okay. Your quarterback days are far behind you, though, aren't they?
Oh boy, they were never close enough.
Right.
But except that at this point, I could quarterback for my team.
Yeah.
Which is Washington. I could quarterback, coach, and be the defensive coach.
Yeah.
And we could have the exact same record.
Well, it's been a tough year thus far for a lot of fans of a lot of teams.
Can't relate in Cleveland.
Yeah.
Mine sucks.
Yeah.
My team massively sucks, okay? I don't want to hear about anybody. My team has no defense. My team goes, oh, no, there's another pass.
Yeah.
Touchdown.
Now, have you been? Are you an ardent fan? I mean, do you have money on these, or you're just?
No, you got to be. No, I don't bet on that.
Okay.
Just, then you might as well stand in front of a toilet and flush it down.
Yeah, I understand. Yeah.
As soon as I bet on a team, I don't care what the team is, it's going to lose. So.
Oh, you're that guy.
Oh, I am that guy.
Yeah.
I can win at other things, other gamblings, but I can gamble at certain things. But when it comes to sports, you can just forget it.
You're the opposite of a lucky rabbit's foot.
Yeah, I'm the cooler. I'm beyond the cooler.
Yeah. You're the ice bath. That's why you're in an ice bath. You're literally the ice bath.
It's the Reebok. Don't say we don't have callbacks.
Yeah, right. Good. Are you in Louisville tonight?
I am in Louisville tonight.
Wow, look at that. And then here in Cleveland on Saturday night, Lewis Black is doing the Jokes on Us tour. That is at the MGM Northfield Park. You can go to lewisblack.com for all the info. I also, very smart, just in time for Halloween, if you're a Lewis Black fan, you know the story behind Candy Corn, and there is now the Candy Corn Halloween T-shirt.
Yes, it is, which just arrived today. We'll have plenty of them for you.
Beautiful.
And it's really beyond disturbing. Candy corn. It's just and now it's every season. I actually for a while somebody gave me like 25 different bags of a variety of candy corn, including a brunch candy corn, which included something that was waffles. It tasted like waffles and maple syrup, candy corn, and there was it was just this disturbing one after the other.
Like mimosa candy corn in there.
Yes.
Yeah.
Whatever they think, it still tastes like that same thing. Whatever that oil-based thing is, I just think they take it. I think it's what they do with the oil they can't sell.
Well, I always thought that light sweet crude. I always thought that candy corn was very similar to Oreos, where they had one flavor for 1,000 years, and then they go, "Hey, let's do some other things," and now they have like a new flavor a day. They're doing that. The same thing with Oreos. They're doing that with candy corn.
Did they do it with Oreos? Is that right with Oreos?
Oh my God, yeah. I mean, just candy corn alone. They now, they have a Halloween mix, and it's supposed to taste like cinnamon apples or whatever. I don't know. So,
oh boy.
So rather than betting on these Washington teams, you should be putting some of that Lewis Black money into the candy corn biz.
Oh yeah,
right?
Probably. Well, I am. I got those T-shirts, except that the money from those T-shirts will go to charities.
Yeah.
Because I refuse to take filthy lucre off of that.
Right.
I have that, and I sell a bobblehead that swears, and from the time I started selling the bobblehead, and this has been the biggest seller, I refused from the beginning. That I just could not do that and take the money. I just thought that was it was disturbing enough to have a likeness of yourself. And it's the only way I could do it. So the money goes to the Cystic Fibrosis Foundation and autism, and to a place called the 52nd Street Project, a mentoring project. You know,
it would just be. It would also be far too strange to get any kind of residual check, and in the memo line it says bobblehead. That'd be weird to cash that.
It would be. And
Tell
also,
it to Gene Simmons.
I fear that if I didn't give that money away, that the bobblehead would come to life and and kill me. It would be like Chucky.
Yeah, right. Like a new Creep Show update or something with Lewis
Yeah,
Black.
exactly.
Yeah.
Yes.
This has got to be a very trying time for somebody who is so adept at making real life more absurd. This time in life, you're a topical comic. It's got to be to some degree exhausting, but it must call upon all of your abilities as a writer and a storyteller.
Well, it doesn't, because they're telling they don't even need me anymore.
That's my point. Yeah, I mean, you're not just going to read the newspaper.
I've said it from the very beginning, that I didn't really, from the time I started going down the road after the election, I said that once I saw, the moment I saw Sarah Palin at the microphone and Donald Trump behind, and she was talking, and everybody in the audience had seen this, and I said, and I looked at that, and I said, how am I supposed to make this funnier?
Right.
Well, you know, and that my job's been taken away. And then on SNL, Tina Fey did the bit. You know, they did it again.
Yeah.
Only they didn't write anything. She read what Sarah Palin said, and I said, ball game's over.
Well, but these days, I mean, even Sarah Palin looks like Oppenheimer next to the people who are running around now.
Yeah, no, it's really something. It's just, it's unbelievable. And I've not done a lot of talking about what's going on, really, because there's other stuff that's more important, like my talking about my parents who my father passed away. He was 101. My mother, we celebrated her birthday this year, but he passed away in May, and my mother celebrated her 101st birthday in September.
Yeah.
So, yeah, and so I talk about that and what it's like to have your parents grow old. I talk about stuff that actually is real, not whatever it is.
Well, yeah, and because you don't necessarily want to let other people dictate what you're talking about. Which, if you gave yourself over to the all the other stuff, that's what it would be.
Yeah, it would be, and it's also because very early, I've never really talked about what presidents are up to. And
right.
This is the first time ever in the history of my comedy where I'll finish a show and somebody inevitably will say, I talked too much about him or I didn't speak enough about him.
Sure.
So, I mean, it's unbelievable.
Can't win.
I've never, and it's wrong. That none of those presidents, no, we're not discussing it. Really, what's important? We have discovered yet a new and better way not to get anything done.
Right. Hey, we're at least making advancements in that direction.
That's what we've done. We've been able. It used to be this, it used to be that, and now we found this whole new fashion of not being able to get anything done. And I'll tell you who it's really. I do this thing called the Rant is Due after every show.
Yeah.
So I read. Like I'll be reading pretty much what the people I was looking at some stuff before you called. People in Ohio are already sending stuff in. People in Cleveland are sending stuff in. I'll be in Columbus. They're sending stuff in. And so I'll read what they're irritated about. So every town I go to and perform at, the show is basically at the end of the show. I do an hour. I do my show. It's 70 minutes long. And there's 20 minutes of me reading what other people are ticked off.
Had drawn a gazebo? Oh, that would have been perfect. But no gazebo art that I found. So maybe I'll keep looking. And then he did get very religious towards the end. And that reminds me of the video that I just posted on AlanCoxShow.com. It's a preacher that's speaking in tongues. And while he's speaking in tongues, he's also scrolling through his phone, just kind of really phoning in the speaking in tongues part, where he's just making noises and not really not really feeling the spirit like you should be if you're supposed to be speaking in tongues. He's just kind of groaning at one point. He's just like, looking through his phone. And it's quite hilarious. So go to AlanCoxShow.com and check out that video. And do you want to talk about God for a little bit? Probably not, but let's do it anyway. What do you think God is? Do you believe in God? I don't really believe in God, but if there is a God, I think he's a very hands-off God. I think he's a God that threw some stuff out there, made some stuff, maybe he, maybe she, whatever the entity is, put it out there and is just like leaving it alone and just goes, I can't believe they're doing that now. Some of the stuff that they're doing, pretty impressive. Some of it, real silly. So maybe that's the kind of God that exists. I don't think it's a God that's intervening in our day-to-day life. I don't find that God to be all that feasible the way life goes. But maybe it does happen. I don't know. I have no way of knowing, but it just doesn't seem like he would be all that concerned with us. Just the way the world's going, I don't feel like there's a lot of God happening on a day-to-day basis. I think it's more of like a Sims type thing where he's just looking down, and every once in a while he'll mess things up just to entertain us a little bit, or entertain himself rather. So, who knows? I don't. People claim they do, but I don't think they do. All right, that's about it for this episode. Thanks for watching. Don't forget, like, subscribe, share. Follow me on Instagram at Bill Squire. Come see me in Fairport Harbor if you're out on the east side. That's October 12th. And then I just scheduled a show in Lorain out in at Union Town Provisions, and that's November 9th. So we got a little ways before that one, but everything else is at BillSquire.com. Thanks for watching, and then check out AlanCoxShow.com for that preacher video, and keep liking and subscribing and sharing, and tell people about the stream. Tell them about it. Critically acclaimed, certified fresh on Rotten Tomatoes. It's on digital, it's on Blu-ray, a lot of extras, over an hour of bonus content, including an all-new short film, a lot of behind-the-scenes stuff. It's from Sony Pictures. It is PG-13, and it is yours if you are color 14. Spider-Man Far From Home. Good luck. 216-578-1007 or 800-348-1007.
Got Terry the Goat's Week 5 picks.
Oh, yeah.
Week 4, I'm sorry. I'm getting ahead of myself.
Week 5. No, it's Week 5.
Is it Week 5?
Yeah, the Browns are 2-2.
Oh, that's right. Yeah, I'm sorry. Made myself the wrong note. Week 5 picks.
Third primetime game already.
Here in a minute. Al is our bureau chief in Carlton, PA. And he's out there running a farm. And he's got Terry, who each week gives us her NFL picks. And it has been, Terry was on a tear, at the beginning, went 8-2, and then 5-4. Last couple of weeks, 2-8, she went with her picks. So we'll see how this hashes out. I'll play the video for you that Al sends us every Thursday, and then I will go over. She didn't pick tonight's game, didn't pick Thursday Night Football, but she gave me the results from 10 other games. Browns, of course, Monday Night Football in San Francisco against Steve Young and the 49ers. No, it's not. So we'll get to that shortly. If you are one of our other bureau chiefs, thanks for listening. If you listen to the show on iHeartRadio from out of state, let me know where you do that. Al, of course, is out in Carlton, PA. Ann is in Pittsburgh. Andrew is in Newark. Jeff listens in Shelbyville, Kentucky. You all right?
Yeah, I just had a little hiccup there.
Okay. Mm-hmm. Matt is in Alton Bay, New Hampshire. Mark's in Bayonne, New Jersey.
Alton Brown.
Oh, the cook.
Yeah.
Me. And Cameron listens in Waldorf, Maryland. Of course, famous home of the salad, I assume. You know the Maryland salad? Oh, so good. So good. You saw Jesse Ventura might throw his hat into the ring for president of the United States.
Oh, I did not see that.
Yeah. Why would you run a couple of years ago as a libertarian, but he ended up like voting for Jill Stein or something? So, again, Jesse Ventura, he's out there, boy. But and I honestly don't know if he was a good governor or a bad governor. I don't know if people, clearly they didn't reelect him. But
Yeah.
again, I don't know if he ran either.
I think Donald Trump idolized him at first because he was a celebrity and he won the election and everyone else doubted him.
Yeah, but Schwarzenegger was the governor of California.
Not the same,
And he
though.
was a Republican.
It's just not the same because I don't know if Arnold wasn't as controversial as Donald Trump was. So, I mean, they knew going into it, Trump was going to have to answer to all the stuff he said on like Howard Stern's show and all the comments he's made at the Miss America pageants and all that stuff. I don't think Arnold Schwarzenegger
they
had
initially thought that he would, but then it became very clear that nobody cared about that.
Well, yeah, but most people still want him to answer for that stuff about him. Like when the towers fell, he was talking about how now his building is a tall.
The tower's the tallest building.
Like what a douchebag! He's gonna
Yeah,
go.
but I don't
he's
think
always
people.
been that.
I don't think people. That's so far in the rearview mirror and so inconsequential in the big picture. I don't think people still expect
But they did-
him to address that kind of stuff.
But they did care about it.
We have monumental fish to fry.
I know, but they did care about stuff like that.
Yeah,
But
at the
before
time
that-
when the stakes were low.
Could you imagine if Obama said that?
Well, yeah, but you can't compare
but he
the
didn't.
two because
I mean,
one
yeah,
is
it's
just
apples and
different.
planetoids.
And all the people that support
Apple and orange.
and all the people that vote for Trump do say that same thing about like, well, what about Obama and the drone strikes and blah blah. Like they hated Obama. That's why they voted for Trump.
I almost sent out a tweet that was like, only Trump supporters would be like, now Trump's getting impeached. Thanks, Obama. But I didn't do it. I didn't even do it.
He's effing with Nickelback now.
They
All
were
right.
having none of that.
You want these football picks from Terry the Goat?
Let's do it.
All right.
Football all the way, football all the way. Yeah, wouldn't you say? Football all the way, football all the way, football all the way. Yeah, wouldn't you say? Football all the way.
All right, on Thursdays, we get Al from Carlton, PA, who is our bureau chief out there. He sends us Terry the Goat's football picks, sends us a video, and then emails me the picks. So he has painted the team logos on these rocks that then go into Terry's feed box, and however they get popped out, whichever logo is sunny side up, that's the team that he considers picked to win.
Here we are back in Carlton, Pennsylvania. Terry is rather excited about doing her picks for Week 5 of the NFL
just likes
season.
the food.
Even though she's had a couple rough weeks, she's very happy about her predictions on Monday Night Football. She is currently 3-1.
She's good on
she's
Monday.
ready to
Monday,
pick again for week number 5.
Let's hope she's not good this coming Monday.
As you can see, the other goats are very excited to see Terry's picks this week.
Goats are funny.
Terry is now going over to the milking station to make her predictions for week 5. Terry decided that this week she would make a statement in support of the renaming of the Rocky Mortgage Fieldhouse.
Here's a sign. Terry the Goat for Romo Fieldhouse.
On Thursday.
Beautiful. Romo Fieldhouse.
Romo Fieldhouse.
All right, here are Terry's Week 5 picks. All right, write these down. If you're a betting person, this might be, she might be back in full form this week.
Oh, yeah?
She's had a rough couple of weeks, but who knows? Any given Sunday, right? Or Thursday or Monday. Week 5 picks from Terry the Goat. The Carolina Panthers. She did not pick tonight's game. She did not pick Thursday Night Football. I don't even know who's playing tonight.
Seahawks and Rams.
Seahawks and Rams, she did not pick.
In Seattle.
Wait, are we off early today or tomorrow?
Monday.
Monday.
Okay.
That's for the Cavs.
Okay.
Okay. The Carolina Panthers will beat the Jacksonville Jaguars. The Atlanta Falcons will beat the Houston Texans. The New England Patriots will beat the Washington Redskins. That's Lewis Black's team, right?
Yeah,
he's a Redskins fan.
And they are trash.
They stink.
So that's a good pick right there. The rest of the games are a little closer. Could go either way.
They used to have... Did they have RG3 before we had him? The Redskins?
I mean...
He was there for a cup of coffee, yeah?
He was drafted by them.
He was,
and
okay.
he looked great in his rookie season and then got hurt. And then
Does he do anything anymore?
He might be backing up on a team, but I think maybe the Ravens, but I'm not sure.
All right. My Chicago Bears over the Oakland Raiders. Terry picked. Last week, the only 2 games she got right were the Bears and the Browns winning.
Hey.
Only 2 she got. Those are the 2 I would like her to get every week.
I thought she was wrong on the Browns. I thought she said the Ravens were going to win.
I'd have to go back and look. Maybe you're right. She picked... Oh, yeah, she picked Bears and Saints. You're right.
You
Yeah,
go.
she got... Okay. Anyway.
That Saints pick was a good pick, though.
It was a good pick.
I mean, not the prettiest football game, but the Saints grounded out and won.
Mm-hmm. So she picks Bears over the Raiders, the Green Bay Packers over the Dallas Cowboys, the New York Jets over the Eagles.
Ooh, these are some... That's a ballsy pick right there.
It is a very ballsy pick. The Tampa Bay Buccaneers over the New Orleans Saints. Tampa's very happy right now, baseball-wise.
Tampa, they kicked the Rams' butt last week.
Yeah.
So they're flying pretty high.
Yep.
So that could be a good pick.
If only more people in Tampa cared about sports.
Mm-hmm. Well, they care about football. They don't care about baseball.
Yeah. Well, it's because of Vinny Testaverde. I mean, boy, I'll tell you what. When you've got him on the Buccaneers, they... Oof, boy. Right? Vinny Testaverde is
No.
Brucey Grakowski? No?
Been a minute.
The Ravens over the Pittsburgh Steelers. Steelers have 1 win so far. People in Pittsburgh are throwing belts over curtain rods in that town.
That's a safe pick.
The Colts over the Chiefs. Chiefs. Colts over the Kansas City Chiefs.
That's a bold pick, Terry. I don't know about that one.
Yeah, because they got Patrick Mahomes,
Yeah,
right?
Chiefs are
Colts
best
got
team in
who
the
now?
league.
They got, what's his name? Brian Hoyer.
Well,
Or
he's
is he the
backing them
backup?
up.
Oh,
Yeah,
okay.
they got Jacoby Brissett.
All right.
And he's actually been playing pretty well.
And the Monday night...
You all right?
You good, homie?
I told you, I'm fighting this goddamn head cold off.
Need a kiss?
Not from you, white man. What did you need a kiss? Yeah, chocolate kiss. Hershey's. And the Monday night football game, Terry picked the San Francisco 49ers over the Cleveland Browns.
Ooh, Terry, you...
That's the way the
Little goat
Stones.
bitch.
That's the way the Stones tumble in the old feed box there. Those are the picks for Week 5. Do with them what you will.
It's a nice solo right there.
Agreed. It is National
solo.
Boyfriend Day today, Poundcake. You shouldn't be wasting your kisses on me, young man.
That's right. Well,
I
I saw
saw boyfriend
I
day.
saw my boyfriend yesterday. It's fine.
You saw
You're
him
not gonna see him
yesterday.
today?
You don't see him
Last
every
night.
day?
No, not every day.
Really?
We work.
Well, a lot of people work, but they see their significant other every day.
Okay, well, I don't see him every day.
Okay,
and,
I don't
and
know.
That's fine. I mean, we see each other. I mean, usually he stays the night when we do see each other, so it's fine.
Okay.
Is he coming on the bar crawl tomorrow?
No, he has to work.
What does he do again?
He's an event coordinator.
Oh, that's right.
So he has some type of, I don't know.
Did he plan the party at the Harry Buffalo so we can't go there?
Probably. Or probably his fiance's party, knowing my luck.
His fiance.
His fiance?
He probably has a fiance, knowing my luck.
All right. Yeah, what if your
Side chick
boyfriend
all
was
along.
straight? Yeah, what if he was like a father of 3?
That would make a lot of sense.
Really?
Why?
Because he's so good with kids.
Mine.
Hey, Kevin.
Yes.
What's going on, Kevin?
Hey, Alan, I wanted to ask you, why does the fake news media never actually investigate the real crimes that are being committed by the Democrats? They make up that Cook is doing. Why do you suppose that is? You think it might be the media's in cahoots with the Democrats and are basically propagandists?
Well, you sound like a smart guy, Kevin. You tell me.
Yes, that's exactly what's going on.
I'm sorry?
That's exactly what's going on. The mainstream media is run by liberals who, have brain disease.
Wait, why do they have brain disease?
What's the brain disease? You mean like mad cow?
Well, yeah. Well, you really can't think too clearly. You think with your heart and your penis.
I'll tell you what, I don't know if he's talking about a huge group of people, but he nailed me. I do think with my heart and my penis, Bill.
I mean, if there's anybody that thinks with their heart and their penis, it's Donald Trump.
The mind that alters all, Alan.
I'm sorry?
The mind that alters all.
What are these crimes?
Yes.
Little William Blake there for you.
Right.
When people.
I didn't realize. Yeah, I've heard.
People could actually write.
I hear a lot of word salad, Kevin, but I don't actually hear any explanations.
Oh well, when you, if you would peruse it a little, you would discover very easily that the mainstream media is in cahoots with the Democrats because they're liberal. It's as simple as that.
That's more likely than right-wing media being in cahoots with the president.
Oh yeah, okay. Fox, Washington Post is liberal. The New York Times, the paper of record that I wouldn't even put under my canary, so he don't go goofy.
How old is your canary?
He's old enough to know better.
What's his name?
How old are what's the difference between human years and bird years?
No, I don't know. I know dogs.
Well, then how do you know he's old enough to know better?
Because he's not as dumb as you are.
Why is he dumb?
Bill, Kevin is implying that I do not have the intelligence of a canary.
You know when a coal mine's not safe.
That's right. I know better than to go into a coal mine.
The canary learns from me, and he's smart.
Well, those are two separate things. Which one is it? Does he learn from you, or is he smart?
You learn from the New York Times, and you're a dumbass.
Bill, he told me. Hey, Rube Star.
Oh, that guy was killing me.
You're not part of the mainstream media, are you?
Isn't Fox News part of the mainstream media?
Yes, you don't get more mainstream than Rush Limbaugh and Fox News, I hate to tell you. Rush Limbaugh's got like 300 affiliates. That is the definition of mainstream.
So strange.
I know. Go ahead. Yes, Rube Star.
All right, bring us back to reality, Rube Star.
Yeah. Why? I certainly never thought that Rube Star would be the level head in the room, but here we are.
Yeah, speaking of level, Millie Bobby Brown, the girl that plays 11 on Stranger Things.
Oh, don't tell me she's in cahoots with the Democrats.
Even worse, Alan, she's
All right.
a flat earther.
She's not a flat earther.
She's just a flat child.
Yeah, she's a flat kid. She hasn't developed yet.
Whoa. Come on now. That's not even my canary would say that.
I've heard your canary say way worse things.
Yeah, seriously. Canary's an anti-Semite.
Yeah.
What's the deal with Millie Bobby Brown? When did she say she's a flat earther?
Just this week.
Just this week? She's been hanging on to that nugget for when she's got nothing to promote?
Well, I don't think she's promoting. It was on her Facebook, so they shared it on Facebook. And I'm telling you, this is what we need. We need fresh blood in this movement.
Oh, you're part of the flat earth movement, aren't you?
Absolutely. And
Is there any chance that maybe she's just dating Kyrie Irving and he's a bad influence on her?
That's ridiculous.
See, I just blew your mind, didn't I? You didn't even think of that.
No, I'm trying to think of that guy that's dating a really young girl, but I can't think of it.
R.
right
Kelly.
now.
Jeffrey Epstein.
All right, well, that was your Flat Earth update, Alan. All right, that's all I got.
Thank you, Rubestar. Flat Earth update is that Millie Bobby Brown from Stranger Things is allegedly a flat earther. But she takes planes everywhere.
Right.
She has to travel back and forth between the UK and the United States, and you can't be a flat earther if you take air travel.
She was in Godzilla where the monsters were using the Earth as a way to travel around.
They
were
had,
going
yes.
through the middle of the Earth to travel to other parts of the world.
Right.
And
that's a
I'm pretty sure
real
Godzilla's
story.
a true story.
It's a true story.
Or at least based on.
Ask Kevin. He'll tell you. Godzilla's a real story, right? His canary told him all about it.
I can't believe we're terrible people because we think with our heart and our penis.
And our penis.
How could we?
Although I don't like to use both at the same time, right? I got a finite amount of blood flow in my body. So I like to pick either or. I like to either think with my heart or think with my penis.
I'm going to say my heart has not really been used much at all.
I'll tell you what.
I'm going all penis over here.
I'm not going to go 100%, but I'll go 95% penis. At the Agora tonight, by the way, the 95% penis tour is fantastic.
Nah.
All right, listen, I got a break. I'm going to have those Bob Dylan tickets for you shortly. If you've been hitting me up for those, he's doing a show at Thomas Hall in Akron in November. And if you want to shoot me a text, 35192.
Hey everybody, welcome to Is It Weird? I'm Bill Squire, and I appreciate you watching. Don't forget to, and I know this is audio wallpaper to a lot of you, like, subscribe, and share. Let's concentrate on sharing today, because if you share, even if you don't share like a link, tell someone about it. Tell someone that you like to watch this live stream, and tell them that they should watch it. And let's get those numbers up. I want more people watching. I want more people engaged with the live stream. I like the live stream a lot, and I want to keep doing it, but we got to keep those numbers climbing. Right now, they've kind of plateaued. We need to climb in order to keep this thing going. So keep those numbers up. Liking, sharing, subscribing, that all helps. If you've never subscribed and you just watch it every day, or you watch it every once in a while, subscribing helps too. We're getting close to 10,000. We're around 8,000 right now. And that would be very helpful. Ugh, it's weird that I just burped up some chicken marsala. Ugh. You guys are lucky you're not here. No smell-o-vision yet. Is it weird that Mary thinks she knows me so well, but she really doesn't? Yesterday I went to the art museum, and I posted it on my Instagram story, and then she messages me, and she's like, "Since when do you like art?" I'm like, "I love art. I've been to the art museum a half a dozen times in the past year," which I think is pretty, that's a pretty steady flow, right? I'm there every other month at least. I really like the art museum. I'm there a lot. I'm a big fan of the art museum. And I don't understand how Mary hasn't picked up on that. She's always just paying attention to the salads that she's taking pictures of and her selfies. She's just in her own world. She can't defend herself right now, so it's perfect for me. But the art museum is great. Right now they have an exhibit that is a tribute to, well, it's Michelangelo, not the Ninja Turtle, the old painter, the Renaissance painter. I believe he's Italian. Great exhibit that has a bunch of his old sketches, which, sketching something back then was a much different process. You don't go to, the art store and get your sketchbook and your supplies. It's not like it was a whole, like getting the supplies just to sketch things back then was a lot more of a job, and it took a lot more. It was more of a process. So I appreciate that there's these sketches of some of his really famous works. Like there's some sketches that were from the Sistine Chapel, which is incredible. And then you have actual like artifacts, like actual drawings that he put his hands on, not paintings. Like we know the paintings, we know the sculptures, but like him working things out. And as someone that's really invested in the process of creation, I really loved this exhibit. I loved seeing how he was developing his technique and how he worked through it, and then also the history of it. The fact that these are sketches that are over 500 years old is incredible. Like there's something about being near something that is that old, but yet so delicate, and it being preserved, that just really appeals to me. I'm really happy that I got to go and see it. And I also ended up getting a little art for my new condo. I'm pretty, it's the hand of God, but it's, you know, it's also just his fingers, which is on brand for me. So it's a little double, you know, it's great art, but also works for me because, you know, I talk about fingering girls a lot, and that's becoming my brand. If he had drawn a gazebo, oh, that would have been perfect. But no gazebo art that I found. So maybe I'll keep looking. And then he did get very religious towards the end, and that reminds me of the video that I just posted on AlanCoxShow.com. It's a preacher that's speaking in tongues. And while he's speaking in tongues, he's also scrolling through his phone, just kind of really phoning in the speaking in tongues part, where he's just making noises and not really feeling the spirit like you should be if you're supposed to be speaking in tongues. He's just kind of groaning at one point. He's just like looking through his phone, and it's quite hilarious. So go to AlanCoxShow.com and check out that video. And do you want to talk about God for a little bit? Probably not, but let's do it anyway. What do you think God is? Do you believe in God? I don't really believe in God, but if there is a God, I think he's a very hands-off God. I think he's a God that threw some stuff out there, made some stuff, maybe he, maybe she, whatever the entity is, put it out there and is just like leaving it alone and just goes, I can't believe they're doing that now. Some of the stuff that they're doing, pretty impressive. Some of it, real silly. So maybe that's the kind of God that exists. I don't think it's a God that's intervening in our day-to-day life. I don't find that God to be all that feasible the way life goes. But maybe it does happen. I don't know. I have no way of knowing, but it just doesn't seem like he would be all that concerned with us. Just the way the world's going, I don't feel like there's a lot of God happening on a day-to-day basis. I think it's more of like a Sims type thing where he's just looking down. Every once in a while, he'll mess things up just to entertain us a little bit, or entertain himself rather. So, who knows? Who knows? I don't. People claim they do, but I don't think they do. All right, that's about it for this episode. Thanks for watching. Don't forget, like, subscribe, share. Follow me on Instagram at Bill Squire. Come see me in Fairport Harbor if you're out on the east side. That's October 12th. And then I just scheduled a show in Lorraine out in at Union Town Provisions, and that's November 9th. So we've got a little ways before that one, but everything else is at BillSquire.com. Thanks for watching, and then check out AlanCoxShow.com for that preacher video, and keep liking and subscribing and sharing, and tell people about the stream. Tell them about it.
216-578-1007. You want to check in? 800-348-1007. 35192. Send me a text. AlanCoxShow.com. You want to watch the show live there? You can. Of course, we got the live video stream. This week's Christie's Instagram hotties are there for you as well. And use the keyword pregame. Get all the details tomorrow night. Back to Lakewood, 7 o'clock start for the final Alan Cox Show bar crawl of 2019. The final show bar crawl, I say that. Every once in a while, we'll each do like individual bar crawls. This will be the last show bar crawl. So we go back to Lakewood. We had to drop Harry Buffalo from the itinerary because we found out they were doing a private event. And we felt compelled to let them have that and not crash it. So we'll start 7 o'clock tomorrow night at Game On.
Game On. Sorry, reading something.
I know. We'll go to Kenilworth. We'll go to Avenue Tap House, West End Tavern, and Around the Corner, who are celebrating 45 years, by the way, in Lakewood. And it is all courtesy of our amigos at Dos Equis, Spanish for
2 Equis.
So tomorrow night, 7 o'clock, come hang out. We'd love to see you. I've spoken to a number of the usual suspects who will come to the bar crawl, and a few of them said that they can't make it. So it'll be fun if it's, we do have people who try to make it to all the bar crawls.
Mm-hmm.
Some people here in-house, some of our customers, and then there's just a various mix of people who might be coming for the first time or they haven't come in a while.
And it's good to point out.
It's always fun.
That it is a free bar crawl. Like, there's some bar crawls that you have to sign up and pay for something.
Really?
Yeah. There are
bar crawls
like
we have to
that.
pay just to go?
Just to go.
Oh.
And this is not one of those.
Yeah, because you get drink specials and stuff
like
that.
I see. Well, you got to buy your own drinks on our bar crawl, but we don't charge you anything.
But you don't charge you to come along, and I think that's
in fact, we give you
to mention.
A free bar crawl. We give you a cool little lanyard.
That's right.
And koozies.
Right.
Yeah.
So as the night goes on, you go, where are we going next?
Yeah.
Get some 2 Equis swag. That's right. It's so quiet with those doors shut.
It's very, very
it's deadly
creepy.
We got to start closing those doors.
Why did they close those?
I don't know. The wall's demagnetized or something, and so the hallway doors are shut, and it's like a tomb back here, which is how I love it.
It's nice with the quietness, but I feel like it's trapping a lot more heat in here.
Oh, that's
Do you
what's
think that's
doing
why
it.
it's so warm?
Yeah, maybe.
I had to go pee like a couple breaks ago, and the doors were closed, and I walked out there, and I see a couple of the TAM guys standing at the end of the hallway, and I'm like, am I like about to get hit with something? Like, I didn't know what they were doing. They were just standing down there staring, and I went to go to the bathroom, and then they
hit
were gone.
with something.
Yeah, because like when Rover does stuff, they don't want anybody else to see or hear. They close those doors. I thought that's what they were doing. I thought they closed our doors. I'm like, what the hell's going on? And then I saw all the other stations' doors were closed.
Yeah, Triv's doing Cactus Soccer.
Oh, yeah.
You know he has DeWine there on his show or something like that?
He's trying to outlaw all the flavored vapes in Ohio.
Yeah, I mean, there was the secretary out front, the new, I don't know her
Mike
name.
DeWine is the, what is he now, the Attorney General? He's not the governor. Is he the governor?
He's the governor.
Oh, he is. Okay.
The secretary
Governor.
told me, and I'm like, she was like, yeah, Mike DeWine's here for you. I'm like, who? She was like, Mike DeWine? I was like,
bring him in.
She thought you were with TAM.
I was like, doing an Alan Cox show? She's like, oh, I meant to call TAM, sorry. I'm like, we got the governor in here? Like, what? Is Secret Service here? Does he get Secret Service?
The governor doesn't get Secret
He
Service.
gets Secret Service.
No, that's for the president of the United States.
The president is not the only one that gets Secret Service.
Well, United States Secret Service? I mean, yeah, I'm pretty sure governors don't get Secret Service to take.
He might have some sort of
security,
but I don't think
he might have his own.
See if there's any SUVs outside parked out front.
He's probably just got. He probably has someone who goes with him to carry
a whole bunch, just like every day. Idiot.
Like, you know,
he probably has an assistant who goes with him to carry his stool everywhere. He's not a tall man.
Oh, really?
Anywho, no, that would have been great. You should have brought him down in here. Every once in a while, I will. I'll pilfer guests from other shows if I feel like it. Years ago, I had Jeanette McCurdy on the show.
I remember that
because my kids. Were you on the show then?
No, I wasn't on the show then, but I was listening then.
My kids. It was a long time ago. My kids were into that show. iCarly.
Did she go through a slutty phase?
No, she was trying to be a country artist. She might still. That's why she was doing press at the time. She was doing something, I think, for KISS or GAR. And my kids were way into that show called iCarly.
I watched
and
it.
I thought she was cute too, actually. And then she did a show with Ariana Grande.
Yeah, it was
Sam and Cat was
Oh.
that show.
I thought she was from Victoria.
It might be, but
I think that's a spin-off. Sam and Cat is a spin-off from Victoria.
There you go.
Yeah.
They were
There
the
you go.
sidekicks that ended up having their own show.
There you go.
Because Ariana Grande obviously had the best voice and the prettiest and the most talented, and yeah.
Right. And so I just opened the door. I go, "Hey, Jeanette, come in here." I'm like, "You're pimping your country album."
Did she come in?
Yeah, I had her in here for 20 minutes.
Wow.
Took a photo with her, sent it to my kids. They just about crapped themselves. I go, "Hey, it's my good friend." To this day, it's like an inside joke. My kids will be like, "Hey, do you ever talk to your good friend Jeanette McCurdy?" Because that's how I build her. Me and my good friend Jeanette McCurdy. But she was dating what's his name for a while. Dude from the Pistons.
What's it? Andre Drummond.
Andre
right?
Drummond.
Yeah.
Yep.
In that.
So she
Getting
wanted
that
nothing
center
to do with
pipe.
me.
Yeah.
I was already an old dude. And didn't look anything like Andre Drummond. If you watch the show at alancoxshow.com, I'll play this for you. You can still hear it, though, too. This video that's going around today of this pastor who's doing that dopey speaking in tongues thing.
Oh, let me get that again.
You know, Mary believes
I got
in
it,
speaking
okay.
in tongues.
Yeah, right? She said she does.
She's a big believer in that. She grew up kind of in the evangelical tradition, and so she believes in speaking in tongues. I always like to play the clip of the woman who ran for mayor in Toledo. A couple of years ago, she believed that she could speak in tongues.
Thank you, Jesus.
But it's all the same kind of speaking, so it's a bunch of bunk anyway. But the video of this pastor is funny because
so
while
funny.
he's doing it, he's on his phone.
Mm-hmm.
So he's just going, yay, yay. He's
really
literally,
phoning it in.
yeah, he's got
Literally.
he's got a wireless
Yeah.
mic and he's on his stage or whatever. It's like, I don't know where this is. You know, some of these pastors, they set up in like on the Righteous Gemstones, they open a church in an abandoned Sears.
Yeah.
Not abandoned, but
It's
like a
just
mall
closed,
that
yeah.
closes Sears, and they go, "We'll take the space and open a church." And I think that's what a lot of these people do. That's probably true to life.
The strip mall churches are everywhere. When we were in Arizona, every corner had a strip mall church in it.
Yeah. And so this guy's just sitting at a table with like a bottle of water on it, and
Some
he's
lady's like wiping it down halfway through it. It's
so you
very
can
funny.
see this if you're watching at alancoxshow.com.
Healing, healing, healing. I pray, deliverance, 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 deliverance. Yes, Lord,
On
yes,
his phone.
Lord, yes, 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 Lord. Karamosharadanda rabasha karabamanda diasa. Rat-a-tat-tat,
Rat-a-tat-tat. Yeah, rat-a-tat-tat.
Oh, yeah.
This guy's doing a Friday get down. He's ripping you off, man.
If I hear him say galugga, 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 I'm going to be upset.
Copyright.
Uh-huh.
That's my thing.
Yes, Lord, have your way, have your way, have your way, have your way.
And he's just reading his
And he's just
phone.
looking at his phone. He's squinting. God, I wish I know what he's looking at. Like somebody texting him or
his side piece.
His assistant should have texted him. You're just groaning into the microphone now. Put your phone down.
Deacon Janice is texting him. Just
vamping. Maybe that's the noise you make when you're waiting for the spirit to come into you and fill you with some more gibberish.
This is long.
Yeah.
Who's more annoying, him or the well girl? Can you redo it, Alan?
Yeah.
Can you put him in, please? Please.
Put him in her phone.
I
I love you and I miss
put
you.
the whales in, yeah.
Oh, the whale's in with him.
Yeah, I never asked for anything. Please. Please do
All
that.
right.
You asked for everything.
Not on this show.
Hallelujah, 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 hallelujah. Hallelujah, hallelujah. Thank you, Lord. Thank you, Lord. God, touch this right now. Touch this.
Maybe it was his script. Maybe his script was on his phone, and that's what it said. It said, hallelujah, 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 hallelujah.
Or maybe he's scrolling. He's like, oh, my note's way down here.
Imagine if Imagine if his assistant typed up his notes, but then they had like a seizure on the keyboard. So she's just reading what they wrote. They fell asleep on the H key, and he's like, what does this mean, Janice? What's the deacon's name? Deacon Janice? What? Poundcake, what's the deacon's name?
Janice.
Deacon Janice. He wrote up his wrong notes.
Situation. Touch this situation by the power.
Touch this situation?
Touch this situation.
What kind of speaking in tongues is that?
That's some
wow,
creepy stuff there. That sounds like
some Bill Squire type stuff.
Right, except by just touching it. That sounds like something that like the Situation from Jersey Shore put a song out. Touch this situation, pointing at his abs
when he was in prison.
Go on, touch this situation by the power of the Holy Ghost, by the anointing, by the anointing, by the anointing, by the anointing.
It's like it's like you're putting him out. It's like he doesn't really want to be there. He's like, all right, I guess I'll speak in some tongues.
His speaking in tongues is just leaving a lot to be desired.
Well, what I love about this video is all the people on Twitter who are dragging him for being fake. People, they're like, I grew up an evangelical, and that's not real speaking in tongues. Like, oh my God.
Exactly what I was thinking.
Yeah,
I don't
like,
think
that's not
how
real.
You really speak in tongues.
You got people arguing over fake stuff now.
I don't speak in tongues. I speak with my tongue.
Yeah.
There's a difference. I've never had that.
How the NOLAN remerges RN while the university or the UN mission as whole received support from all parties in the hues of the Garvins of today. Excuse me.
See? Nobody was praying with that guy, and he needed it.
I remember I got like hands laid on me when I went to church, and I always saw that before. I was always so scared to go up there because I'm like, okay, this is how you get saved. Like, the pastor says a few words, and then you fall.
They're like, out, demons!
You fall back, but my friend.
Oh, they did that to you?
Yeah.
Like
they did
push
out
you back,
demons?
like,
push you back, and then
like,
you fall.
kapow!
And then they give you a little blanket. My friend next to me, he's like, Cody. I'm like, what? He's like, are you really knocked out? I'm like, no, I'm not knocked out. He's like, I'm not either. He's like, if I stay down here, he's like, I can take a nap.
They're both they leave you on the floor?
Yes, they leave you on the floor.
For how long?
As long as it takes for the Holy Ghost to
I definitely slept in church.
No, the pastor would lay hands, you would fall back, and they had a pillow there for you, and then they had like a blanket. They would put a blanket over you, like it was a real thin blue one. It looked like a baby blanket, but you would just lay there. And I don't know when that time expires, but he was like, I'm gonna just stay down here. He was like,
wow.
why are you gonna stay down here? He was like, cause he was
I'm gonna take a nap.
He was like, psst, psst.
Yeah, but sooner or later they would pick you up. Yeah, just
you have to get up and do your own
Not gonna
thing.
be a pile of bodies on the church floor.
Shri shra ha shrabala ra shala ra sala ipsily blobby shra sa ra shabala ra bala ra bala shra fiddly baby ra sli do be do dwee fiddly do do
Now this is speaking in tongues.
fiddly do do ra shala swa ha da ha fiddly dee da fiddly dot dweeba bin fiddly dee da la fiddly dot dweeba din fiddly dee da la bin fiddly do da la win fiddly do da la win fiddly do da la bin do da la lin do da la Bensley do the law, Bensley don't baby. Bensley do the law, Bensley don't baby. Poppy, 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 poppy. Bensley do the law, Bensley don't baby. Ben do the lane, do the lane, do the lane, do the lane, Ben do the lane, do the lane, do the lane. Poppy, 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 poppy.
I mean, that guy, I believe, is filled with something. Yeah, but all these people on Twitter, social media, they're like, that guy's not really doing that.
He's a fake. He's a fake tongue speaker.
Yeah, Google translate the Holy Spirit, somebody said. Once you're down with a talking snake, you'll believe most anything. But yeah, some other people, they're like, oh, I grew up Pentecostal, and this isn't really how you do it.
Well, how do you
Because he's
do
putting English in there, too. Praying in tongues is only understood and translated by the person speaking it. It isn't in English, so he's faking. Gee, isn't that convenient? It's only understood by the person speaking it.
Well,
so you could be
strange.
saying anything, and no one could prove that you weren't.
Yeah, how do you know you're not
actually
saying bad things?
Yes.
What if you're speaking in tongues and you're talking about some bad things? You're saying, well, this is just a bunch of garbage.
Gryffindor.
You're calling out the people in the chapel. You're like, oh, I know Kurt's sleeping with Tony's wife. And that's not a good thing, but you're speaking in tongues, so they don't know what you're saying.
I'll tell you what, Kurt and Tony have been at cross purposes over his wife for a long time.
Check your DMs.
Because Kurt went to high school with her, but Tony met her in college. He was still holding the torch for her.
You still asleep.
I like one person's comment was, "Sir, this is an Olive Garden." He's just at a table. Nah. Honey, can you pick up eggs on the way home from having your televised seizure? Thanks. Kisses. Yeah, he's probably just checking texts from his wife. Yeah.
I gotta pick up Long John Silver's on the way home.
I like how your go-to is Long John Silver's. You know I'm an Arthur Treacher's man.
I haven't had either in
goddamn
I don't know how long.
There's an Arthur Treacher's up the road here.
Is there?
Yeah,
There's one in Cuyahoga Falls,
you
too.
go all the way down Rockside.
Turns into Snow Road, right?
No other way.
Oh.
Well, like when you're going into Maple Heights.
Oh, really?
Yeah, there's an Arthur Treacher's right up there.
Oh, I haven't had a Cane's yet. Oh.
Yeah. Alan, what about the guys who actually have snakes? Yeah, those guys eventually get bit, and then they die. People are accusing me of waiting until Mary wasn't here to talk about this. No,
It just happened.
We've talked about this when she's here.
Mary would have stormed out.
I would love for her to be here and we're talking about this.
We'll play it again when she's back next week.
Of course. I'll pretend like it's brand new.
Yeah.
She's real busy. She's not paying attention.
With the whale song.
Yeah, you can put the whale song with it, too.
Right.
Oh, I wish Mary was here.
Put on with Shovels and Rope and all the remixes we did. Right?
The what?
Was that Shovels and Rope or Alabama Shakes?
Alabama Shakes.
Yeah, that's the
Yeah,
one.
yeah.
Psst. You tried Popeye's new chicken sandwich. I'll do the whispering. That'll be the new gossip spot. Like, you go up there, look at my baby getting saved. Meanwhile, hey, you got the blood.
My baby getting saved.
We about to smoke up after church.
Uh-huh.
Potato salad. Your mama got the best chicken. Hey, save me a thigh. I want a thigh. Hey, you a bitch. You always want to come and smoke my weed. You don't ever bring your own.
This is the kid laying next to you on the floor. Yeah.
Yeah, you just whispering stuff. I'm like, shut up.
You never bring your own weed.
You trying to pray the gay away. He over there trying to put some demons in my ear.
That's right.
We had to do sacrament, and we'd pass out bread, and we had to bring fresh loaves of bread every week. And then when we were done, we'd have to clean up after the meeting, and I would just eat all the bread.
Sure.
And you were not supposed to do that because you're supposed to take one piece.
It's like
of
holy
that.
blessed bread.
It's like consecrated bread. It's the body of Christ, but it was really just Wonder Bread most of the time. So it's like, well, I'm bored. I'm hungry. I eat all this bread.
Alan, that guy's the verbal equivalent of that saxophone solo on that Five Satin song. Yeah, that's true. He's stuck.
Oh, not this again.
Yeah, well, you get it. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Never see Kenny G doing that nonsense. Oh, Band Nerd just got his wings.
Psst. Why your mom's nipples so big?
They're like dinner plates.
I can see it through her Sunday shirt.
Speaking of nipples.
Her Sunday shirt.
Nikki Glaser just announced that tour that she's doing. She'll be coming to Gora.
Yeah, the
in
Bang It
April.
Out tour or whatever.
And she posted a picture on Instagram, and she is nipping through hard. And
Oh,
then
yeah?
if you go to her story, you see that it's very intentional because she's just cranking them up to get them going.
Really?
Yeah. She knows what she's doing.
Okay.
She knows she's a hot girl. Why not play off of it?
You got to get it for the gram.
Yeah.
I see.
Yeah. So kudos to a girl like that that's willing to put that out there.
There you go. Nikki Glaser was on the show on Tuesday. We didn't get to talk about Monday. We didn't get to talk about her nipples, but
there's always next time.
Always next time. And her new hour is on Netflix called Bangin'.
Yeah,
I haven't watched it yet.
It's all sex. Like it is
Okay.
sex all the way through.
Yeah.
But there's some
But
very
funny, though.
very funny stuff. Yes.
Yeah. Okay, cool. Let me break. I'm going to have those Bob Dylan tickets for you on the way back. He is doing a show at Thomas Hall in Akron in November, if you want to check that out. 35192 to text. We'll be back after these.
Hey everybody, welcome to Is It Weird? I'm Bill Squire, and I appreciate you watching. Don't forget to, and I know this is audio wallpaper to a lot of you, like, subscribe, and share. Let's concentrate on sharing today, because if you share, even if you don't share like a link, tell someone about it. Tell someone that you like to watch this live stream, and tell them that they should watch it. and let's get those numbers up. I want more people watching. I want more people engaged with the live stream. I like the live stream a lot, and I want to keep doing it, but we got to keep those numbers climbing. Right now, they've kind of plateaued. We need to climb in order to keep this thing going. So keep those numbers up. Liking, sharing, subscribing, that all helps. If you've never subscribed and you just watch it every day, or you watch it every once in a while, subscribing helps too. We're getting close to 10,000. We're around 8,000 right now, and that would be very helpful. Ugh, it's weird that I just burped up some chicken marsala. Ugh. You guys are lucky you're not here. No smell-o-vision yet. Is it weird that Mary thinks she knows me so well, but she really doesn't? Yesterday I went to the art museum, and I posted it on my Instagram story, and then she messages me, and she's like, "Since when do you like art?" I'm like, "I love art. I've been to the art museum a half a dozen times in the past year," which I think is pretty, that's a pretty steady flow, right? I'm there every other month at least. I really like the art museum. I'm there a lot. I'm a big fan of the art museum, and I don't understand how Mary hasn't picked up on that. She's always just paying attention to the salads that she's taking pictures of, and her selfies. She's just in her own world. She can't defend herself right now, so it's perfect for me. But the art museum is great. Right now they have an exhibit that is a tribute to, well, it's Michelangelo, not the Ninja Turtle, the old painter, the Renaissance painter. I believe he's Italian. Great exhibit that has a bunch of his old sketches, which, sketching something back then was a much different process. You don't go to, the art store and get your sketchbook and your supplies. It's not like it was a whole, like, getting the supplies just to sketch things back then was a lot more of a job, and it took a lot more. It was more of a process. So I appreciate that there's these sketches of some of his really famous works. Like, there's some sketches that were from the Sistine Chapel, which is incredible. And then you have actual, like, artifacts, like actual drawings that he put his hands on, not paintings. Like, we know the paintings, we know the sculptures, but like him working things out. And as someone that's really invested in the process of creation, I really loved this exhibit. I loved seeing how he was developing his technique and how he worked through it, and then also the history of it. The fact that these are sketches that are over 500 years old is incredible. Like, there's something about being near something that is that old, but yet so delicate, and it being preserved, that just really appeals to me. I'm really happy that I got to go and see it. And I also ended up getting a little art for my new condo. I'm pretty, it's the hand of God, but it's, it's also just his fingers, which is on brand for me. So it's a little double, it's great art, but also works for me because, I talk about fingering girls a lot, and that's becoming my brand. If he had drawn a gazebo, oh, that would have been perfect. But no gazebo art that I found. So maybe I'll keep looking. And then he did get very religious towards the end, and that reminds me of the video that I just posted on AlanCoxShow.com. It's a preacher that's speaking in tongues. And while he's speaking in tongues, he's also scrolling through his phone, just kind of really phoning in the speaking in tongues part, where he's just making noises and not really feeling the spirit like you should be if you're supposed to be speaking in tongues. He's just kind of groaning at one point. He's just like looking through his phone, and it's quite hilarious. So go to AlanCoxShow.com and check out that video. And do you want to talk about God for a little bit? Probably not, but let's do it anyway. What do you think God is? Do you believe in God? I don't really believe in God, but if there is a God, I think he's a very hands-off God. I think he's a God that threw some stuff out there, made some stuff, maybe he, maybe she, whatever the entity is, put it out there and is just like leaving it alone and just goes, I can't believe they're doing that now. Some of the stuff that they're doing, pretty impressive. Some of it, real silly. So maybe that's the kind of God that exist. I don't think it's a God that's intervening in our day-to-day life. I don't find that God to be all that feasible the way life goes. But maybe it does happen. I don't know. I have no way of knowing, but it just doesn't seem like he would be all that concerned with us. Just the way the world's going, I don't feel like there's a lot of God happening on a day-to-day basis. I think it's more of like a Sims type thing where he's just looking down. Every once in a while, he'll mess things up just to entertain us a little bit, or entertain himself rather. So, who knows? Who knows? I don't. People claim they do, but I don't think they do. All right, that's about it for this episode. Thanks for watching. Don't forget, like, subscribe, share. Follow me on Instagram at Bill Squire. Come see me in Fairport Harbor if you're out on the east side. That's October 12th. And then I just scheduled a show in Lorraine out in at Union Town Provisions, and that's November 9th. So we got a little ways before that one, but everything else is at BillSquire.com. Thanks for watching, and then check out AlanCoxShow.com for that preacher video, and keep liking and subscribing and sharing, and tell people about the stream. Tell them about it.
All right, Rock and Roll Hall of Famer, legend Bob Dylan on the road Saturday, November 9th. He'll play E.J. Thomas Hall down in Akron. You can go to livenation.com. If you want to look into the show, if you're a Dylan fan, a lot of you have been hitting me up for the tickets. So make this count. If you are caller number 18, these tickets are yours, okay? 2 for Dylan in November in Akron. Good luck. 216-578-1007 or 800-348-1007. With accolades like that, John Heffron, how can I do any wrong? Tell you what.
Sounds pretty good to me.
How are you, brother?
I'm doing wonderful, guys. Thanks for having me.
John Heffron is back in Cleveland to do the Weekend at Hilarities. 7 o'clock show tonight. They got you working like a dog over there, don't they?
They do.
You're a professional. That's how they know.
Let me ask you this as a radio guy. Do you have to do time anymore? I used to do morning radio a long time ago.
Yeah.
Back where we had carts.
Yeah.
And just...
In the you were with Bonaducci,
a
right?
different era.
Yeah.
So I don't... Do you have to give time anymore?
Like the time of day?
Remember when guys in the 80s, or DJs, not guys, in the 80s, would go, it's 4:22, 20 minutes after 4 o'clock, 40 minutes to 5. If you got to be anywhere at 5 o'clock, you're 10 minutes late.
They'd find 1,000 different ways to tell. I don't know
how they would do, that's an
No.
art form that obviously isn't needed because anyone right now, you could look at your car and you see what time it is. But I'm not crazy old, but I remember my car not having, there was no time. Like I didn't wear a watch. I didn't have a phone. So you get in your car as a teenager to go to work and you would have to use the sun.
You needed the time.
You would go, it seems lighter than normal, or you'd have to drive by a bank.
Right.
That's it. The bank had the time and then the temperature, and you'd be like, oh, it's 71. It's going to be warmer today than I thought. But
I think that was largely the domain of morning radio. You're a Detroit guy.
Right.
I was on in the morning in Detroit for about 5 years. I did the show from here, so I would do that in the morning live, and then I would do this in the afternoon. But early on, they were like, well, every so often, I go, I'm not going to do that. Yeah. I'm not going to give the time. Like, guys, at the time, it was 2012 when I started there. I was like, guys, I'm not given the time,
Yeah, it seems archaic, though.
Oh,
right?
my God, yeah. But, I mean, you and I are, you did radio a while ago.
Yeah, my one and only radio. I'm not even.
Is that what it was?
I was a sidekick for a little bit of years, doing the Hootie and the Blowfish era.
Okay, mid-'90s.
Hootie and Blowfish, Dishwalla, Hanson's new one. Here's Mbop. Here's Fastball.
Yeah, the way.
Out of my head. Yeah, the
Where
way.
were you?
Which was a great song if you want to talk up the post, by the way.
Q95, is that where you were in Detroit? Yeah.
Yeah.
Top 40, legendary station there.
Top 40, and it was like our station, George Michael, I Want Your Sex. They actually edited that, and the song we played was I Want Your Love. Because he says love once.
Yeah.
And that's what the
line after I Want Your Sex is I Want Your Love.
So
he said love twice?
And then they took the word sex out, and then they go. Although then they would play Third Eye Blind, Third Eye
Marcy's Playground.
No, Semi-Charmed Life, where he talks about going down,
which is about heroin.
Yes.
and sleeping with people that are passed out,
right,
and taking a bump again. Like I didn't understand the motive.
There's no rhyme or reason.
And we don't know what mbop means.
Right.
We don't know.
Right.
They were 10. They could have been fooling us all.
I mean, you found out years later that Cyndi Lauper's She Bop was about female masturbation.
Pasta Dochi?
Right.
On the left-hand side? I had no idea that was about a joint.
Yeah.
I'm turning Japanese. I won't go further than that, but you know what that song is.
Yeah, you love Asian girls.
I don't know.
Yeah. We were talking about one-hit wonders last week, and I played a little clip of Pasta Dutchie, and I was a teenager when that song was out, and I was like, we didn't know what Dutchie was. We didn't know it was weed. These Jamaican kids were so hip, they were like 10 and smoking weed. It's amazing.
Those are good.
The song that still drives me nuts, and we play it here, is the song Everlast. This guy, Everlast, who used to be in House of Pain, he had a huge hit, the song called What It's Like. And it's heavily edited with blips and bleeps and bloops. And it's like, there was a time where I could see maybe you needed that because it talked about guns and drugs and whatever. But I'm like, 2019, man, let's get a fresh version of this song where there's a couple of bleeps in it. I'm like, they're still playing to your point, like there's some of these still playing the 95 version of things.
There are songs that I still have like mini panic attacks. Like we started at, I don't know, 5 o'clock in the morning.
Yeah.
And sometimes we'd fake that first hour. Maybe we'd record something evergreen afterwards so nobody had to show up at, keep in mind, I was in my 20s.
Yeah.
Way younger than I am
Yeah.
now. And I would do bar appearances. So there were times where I'm like, there's no way I'm sobering up by the time I have to be on air. There's
Yeah.
no way. You
Right.
just had me an appearance till 2,
Yeah.
and I got to be here at 5. That's not happening.
Yeah.
So there's some songs that I hear that my gut feels like I'm late because we play the same 5 songs before the show started.
Yeah.
So when I hear Celine Dion or Mariah Carey, "Always Be My Baby," my gut goes, I'm late. There's no way. I'm drunk and I'm late.
Do you ever have timer dreams anymore? Or are you way past that? You have radio dreams where the timer isn't working or the CD isn't playing.
Yeah, well, I never had the DJ. I always sat on. I had the easy part. I'd always sit there,
Right.
and it was there were times
But
I
you still
thought,
got like PTS Celine Dion.
oh, their songs, yeah. Or you would know, like, what's that? I know we're making the sausage here, but there was a song called Delamitri, "Roll to Me."
Yeah.
Gonna roll pretty,
to me.
pretty baby.
Yeah.
And the reason why, if you're listening, maybe you heard that song more times than you would want to at that era, because that song's only 2 minutes and 10 seconds long, or it could have been maybe even less than 2 minutes.
Right.
So our station played
filler song.
12 songs in a row, starting blah, 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 right?
Yeah.
And then when you were at we haven't played commercials yet, and we're only on song 9, there's no way we're gonna get. Then this red light would go off, and some boss who was
You were tethered to the stupid 12 songs an hour.
Yeah, some boss that was all coked up somewhere else would call. Well, you haven't played this song. So Roll to Me, you'd be able to catch up. So we'd hear that song so much. So anytime I hear that song, I think we're running late on the clock.
I mean, when I first started doing rock radio, it was like anytime you had Kashmir from Zeppelin, that was a Take a Dump song because it was 8 minutes
there's a lot.
long.
Yeah.
Or Do You Feel Like We Do by Peter Frampton. I look at I go 14 minutes. I'm golden.
Oh my God! Yeah.
Oh my God. Delamitri, Roll to Me. John Heffron's favorite song of all.
4:28, 20 minutes after 4. John Heffron at Hilarities. Here's Roll to Me.
He hit the post.
Nailed it.
Oh my God. Look at that. Unbelievable.
That's a great band, by the way. If you've never heard
Delamitri.
Delamitri has some good songs.
I grew up
I don't
in.
think they exist anymore.
I'm trying to think of the band. I grew up in Chicago. You probably got them in Detroit too, but God, they were big in. What the hell were they called? I always thought Delamitri, but no, they were from Canada or something. The Bodines. Remember the Bodines?
Bodines saying, like we're playing Trivia Pursuit.
I don't know.
Bodines saying,
Closer to Free. Closer. There was accordion in it. It was
Yeah.
like that post grunge kind of 93. Fade Away, Still the Night. They were from Wisconsin. So they were essentially almost like a local Chicago band. So regionally, there are these bands that like everyone loves, but you don't know them outside of that.
You know who was like that? Who I just went to their concert. I literally just went to Hootie and the Blowfish.
Yeah.
And Bare Naked Ladies.
Yeah.
Bare Naked Ladies was the same way. Like they were huge
in Canada, in Detroit.
They'd sell out Joe Louis Arena.
Yep.
And then you'd go a mile down, or you'd go into Ohio for a second. And people are like, I've never even heard those guys.
Right,
Like,
because Windsor's right across the bridge.
How did you not hear about those? Yeah.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah. Well, yeah. In Detroit rock radio, we would play Triumph all the time because they were Canadian. And it was like, but Triumph isn't getting played on the radio
what's a
that much
great
anymore.
Canadian is the Arkells. Ever heard of the Arkells?
The Arkells, no.
Yeah, no, you haven't?
No,
Oh, my God. They're one of the greatest. One of
Really?
the nicest and greatest. Yeah. They have some songs, Michigan Left. They're so good.
Yeah.
They're literally so good. That's been John
Arkells.
Heffron's music review. He's also at Hilarities.
There you go. Yeah, 7
You're
o'clock
well-rounded,
tonight.
man.
But
Well-rounded.
it's weird when you find, because I've just reached an age where you kind of get locked into whatever music you listen to.
Yeah.
And very rarely will I step out and go, what's the new stuff the kids are listening to? Because I kind of don't care.
I've
but every
kind of-
once in a while you kind of come across through somebody's TikTok or something where you're like, oh, I kind of like that song.
Or something that's old. I mean, old in the sense it's like maybe 15 years old. And you go, oh my God, how am I not familiar with this?
Right.
That's fun
Maybe
too.
if
Where
you
you'll
had
find
kids, 'cause
something.
I never had. I don't have kids, so I missed that whole era of like teenagers listening to stuff that would annoying me, I was just able to live in a bubble and not listen.
That's the only way I was able to stay remotely hip was when my kids were listening to stuff.
Right.
Like, I'd be on something, and, here talking to people about music, I'd be on something a year before everybody else because my kids would be, I go, what is that? And they would tell me, and I go, I'm going to remember that. And it's going to make me sound like I know what I'm talking about.
Right.
It's going to make me sound like I'm on the...
A lot of soundtracks are a good way to find music, too. Like, if you're watching a lot of movies or series, especially with the way they've stepped TV up and make everything so cinematic, you can find a lot of good music just through that.
I did that with Sons of Anarchy.
Yeah.
I did.
The Shield, Rescue Me, all those shows that were on for a while.
Yeah.
They always had
also
these
the Hallmark movie channel where Christmas time has some wonderful music to get you.
Poor Lori Loughlin, boy. Oh, boy.
Oh, my right?
She'll be sorely missed.
Oh, that'll be a Christmas one.
Yeah. So you don't have kids?
I don't have
You got
kids.
like a young hot wife, though, don't you?
Not anymore.
Not anymore?
That was officially done in July.
You got divorced?
Yeah, I got divorced.
Wow,
I got divorced
welcome to the
this year.
club.
I got divorced and Bell's palsy all this year.
Really?
Bell's palsy is when one side of your face just becomes paralyzed and stops working. My whole face drooped. It was kind of like you have a
Did
stroke.
she get that in the divorce?
She got she got the right dimple in the divorce. Yeah, but it was like you just got it was a stress thing. But I was talking like I was.
You can't perform. Yeah.
I was canceling shows.
How long was that?
Every human being's different. Sometimes it never comes back, which is crazy scary. Sometimes it comes back 40, 50%. I'm probably back 85%. Like on my right side, I probably slur a little bit more, and it takes me a little bit more effort to like smile on this side. But
I had
about a month and a half. I was probably I didn't blink for almost a month. I couldn't blink this eye.
Wow, that's
that I was ready to pour Flexi Seal in it. At one point, I didn't care about being blind. I just wanted that eye to be closed because I probably put my finger through it 700 times.
And that was just from stress?
Yeah.
That you got it?
Well, it's a cold virus, and this is a big. If you're listening and you have stress going on in your life, you have to get that out of your system. Whether it's talking to somebody, because if you hold it in, that's what happened. I probably had like a normal cold, but I also had the stress of just life. Yeah. So you weren't eating. If you ever gone through anything like that,
But this is while you're getting divorced.
Yeah, so you kind of go through that thing, and I think my body it was just like a perfect storm, and it was ironic because it was literally, if you're going through anything and you don't think life could get worse than whatever horrible thing you're going through, don't challenge life.
It always can.
I literally was like, boy, my life can't get any worse. I'm divorced. And then life went, haha, you know what? How about right when you're single, after 17 years of marriage, we drop the right side of your face?
Yeah.
How about that? So,
my sophomore year in high school, my trigonometry teacher, Mr. Phelan, got Bell's palsy.
Yeah.
And nobody knew what it was.
Right.
So the rumor was that he had been, I remember one kid goes, he was lifting weights and he pulled his neck muscle and now his whole face can't hold his. I go,
Kids are
that can't.
stupid.
I'm no scientist, but that can't possibly be true.
That's
then everybody was figuring out what Bell's palsy was, and he had it, man, for like a semester and a half. Where it just looked
I know
fun.
people that have never recovered.
Really?
There's people that recover but half, like Sylvester Stallone.
Yeah.
That's why he
Really?
talks like that, because he has Bell's palsy. He got it when I don't know. Trust me, I read everything you can possibly read.
What are you doing for stress relief though? What did you end up doing to?
You can't. You know what they do when they give you that? They have nothing. By the way, this is dormant in everybody. Everybody enjoy the rest of your day.
It could pop up at any time.
Enjoy. Enjoy. So there's nothing they give you. They give you that weird steroid that I think is a sugar pill.
Right, but I'm like, are you meditating? Are you going to therapy? Are you just
that was just when you go through anything
divorce,
that, whether you need to do it or it's the best thing, it's still a horrible scenario for the most part. So, but I do use it as a barometer now, like my face, like almost like I have an old guy thing now. Like if I start to feel stressed, I'll notice like this side starts twitching more, and then I slur a little bit more when I feel the face.
The stress,
like if I'm tired, like I know, but that's because
does it freak you out though? Like every time something twitches, you're worried.
Yeah, because it starts with a really bad earache.
Yeah,
it's kind of what. So I thought I slept in headphones that night. I'm like, I slept with my earbuds in, and that just kind of hurt. And then I was on stage, and as I was talking on stage, I started feeling like this. I'm like,
it was that prominent.
I'm like, oh, I hope I'm not stroking out. Like that was me on stage. I'm like, this is the thing. And then I text my brother's a heart surgeon. I text a picture of my face, and I go, is this a stroke? you know, and then all I got was an emoji thumbs up, by the way.
Which is like, you're good, or yes, that's a stroke.
Yeah,
It's a little vague.
Yeah, this was like Christmas Eve. So now, I think I was doing a show in Dayton, and then I went to emergency room there, and I stayed Christmas Eve and Christmas, because they didn't know if it was a stroke. And then they just let you go and go, well, there's no. Well, hopefully, good luck to you.
So there's no test for Bell's palsy?
Yeah, they CAT scan you, or they do a thing to make sure it's not a tumor.
Okay.
Or they, you know, but it happens a lot.
But by process of elimination, they found out it's Bell's palsy.
Yeah, and
they don't draw blood and go, you got Bell's palsy.
No, and then they just go, well, hope. And I did every voodoo thing possible.
Yeah.
You know, I got acupuncture.
Sure.
I was using
candling.
Whatever. If there's leeches, but there's no. I also was doing shots of Jameson, so Jameson could have also helped my Bell's palsy.
Sure.
I don't know. There's no science.
You should go to them and be like, hey, let's team up here.
There's no science between anything. That's my big takeaway. And for anyone, like, if you have stress and stuff, you can't bottle it, because your body will implode.
Mm-hmm.
Your body will implode. No matter what's going on in your life, you have to find a way to get rid of that.
Last year while we were on the air, my right eye lost vision for about 3 minutes. And then I had to do all the MRI and the CAT scan, spend the night in there, and they told me it was an ocular migraine, also caused by stress. So very similar.
Yeah, and there's stuff where I had a girl come up to me after a show where there's some, I don't know the name of it, but your eye detaches.
Oh, detached retina?
No, it's like a palsy thing where then she's always looking down. She couldn't get her eye to go.
My God.
And that was like that for 3 months, and then clicked back together. Like, you don't understand. Like,
but in those 3 months, never once did she trip.
No, right? She knew every once. She broke no mom's
People are like,
back.
would you get off your phone? She's like, I'm not on my phone.
Yeah.
My eye is on my phone.
There's all this weird, but trust me, I was in a bad loop where I stopped even looking it up online. It's just like,
it's
again,
too scary. Yeah.
If you drove to work today, or you're in your car and you're driving, and there's nothing major going on with yourself, you had a wonderful day.
Sure.
Because you don't know what's hibernating, or just kind of. Or
I think about that all the time. I'm like, man, something's gonna get me.
It is.
Something's gonna get me.
But there's ways to, like, I don't know, maybe it was the Polo Cologne I used as a teenager, and it sucked into the right side of my face and lied dormant till the pressure of my divorce
You go
happened.
crazy trying to think about all the things.
And it dropped it out. You know?
So you were married for 17 years.
Yeah, something like that.
Wow.
Yeah.
That's a long time.
17.
I made it 6 my first time around.
Yeah.
And I just
are you married again?
I'm married again. Yeah. Just had our 6th anniversary. Yeah.
How long before you got remarried?
How long?
Divorce. So whatever. First life.
It was a while.
Years?
Yes.
Couple years?
8 years, I think.
Oh yeah. Okay. That's fun.
Yeah, but I had little kids when we got. It was a whole thing, and my
It's a
wife
thing.
and I now have a little one. You don't have any kids though.
I have no kids.
You know, I always tell people, I'm like, divorce really, really sucks. But if you don't have kids, it sucks less. Because you take your albums, I'll take, it all sucks, but it's like, man.
The rest is just stuff.
Yeah.
And I had to come to grips with that, you know what, it's
Did the life finally do it? Your touring comic. I mean, you're married for a long time. She knew what that was all about. But does the life finally grind it down?
Probably her boyfriend did.
Oh. So what you're saying is that was a bigger variable. The boyfriend.
That'll do it. That was a bigger factor than me being in Cleveland for the weekend. Yeah.
So you'd be on the road and there'd be shenanigans going on.
Probably.
Were you guys living in L.A. or
living in L.A.?
Living in L.A.
Yeah, I don't dwell. It's the past.
Yeah.
I got a whole new future.
Yeah. Good for you.
It is what it is. But you do have to separate. It makes you go. We had at one point. They do some weird dumb audit, right? You got to literally, if you have a change jar hidden in the house, they're gonna find it, and
it's a rectal exam.
Half of that change is not yours,
right?
So that's what a no fault 50-50 state is,
right?
And at one point they had the media. They go, "Have you guys bought?"
His face is going. You're stroking out now.
Have you guys gotten? Bought iTunes movies together. You have one iTunes account, and then you have your Apple TV, and you sit there for 10 years, and you rent movies and you buy them. And we're like, there's probably 400 movies. There's a lot of movies on. They're like, you have to go through and see which ones you want.
Except you don't own those.
And then you have that didn't,
like when you buy them, you don't technically own them. Apple will tell you we still own those. That's why it's such a scam.
I wish I didn't knew that because I was literally going. I have to go home and fight her with, you want Die Hard 1 or 2? Like, this is going to be the dumbest conversations I've ever, but you have to list.
You are not getting Dude, Where's My Car?
Yeah,
I don't care.
I don't care. I'll take the first Star Wars. You can have all the prequels. Yeah, you have to do all of that. And it's funny what you fight for, and then when it's all said and done, listen, if anybody is getting divorced, which I hope you're not.
Yeah.
Don't fight. You know what? Don't spend $5,000 to fight for the $300 refrigerator. Just grab, if you're the lucky one is you grab a bag of stuff, get in your car, and you leave.
Because in the moment, it's white hot. But
and
after,
you leave the other person with the house. You leave, because when you have to sell that thing, that's a pain.
Yep.
Just grab a go bag and go ghost.
Yeah.
Like, I wish there was
like it's a zombie apocalypse and you've got a bag in your trunk.
I wish there was a service where you could call. This is for men and women, not just men. Where you go, I'm getting divorced. I need, and a van shows up. People jump out, grab you, throw you in the van, and there's an apartment for you, and that's your safe house.
Yeah.
And then later on, they move you to where you live. I don't care what the dollar value for that service. I would have paid.
They like disappear you and then move you into your
new thing. We'll go get your stuff. You just go. I don't know. Just go sit on a beach.
We've got a blindfold for you because that right eye won't close. But we're gonna
wifeless relocation.
There you go. Wifeless
or there
relocation.
also should be another app where and I don't want to broad stroke it. I get both wife and husband. It's interchangeable.
Sure.
So from my point of view, you got to be careful now. For my pronouns are from my being a husband to
your
wife.
experience.
Right? Yeah. Just so I get it can be flipped. Everybody. So. I have to pay my wife. We were married for 17 years. California's no fault 50-50. So you have to pay support whether you think it's fair or not. It doesn't matter. Laws aren't about being fair. Laws are about things.
That's right.
There should be a dating app that the husband or wife pays for to remarry the other person so they can stop making payments to them.
Oh, I see.
Do you understand
what smart.
Do you know what the dollar value is to somebody marrying? Like, if you're paying support and then the person gets married, I'd be willing to pay for a wedding.
Right.
That's just to free up.
Yes.
Yeah.
I just want to see you be happy and me have my money again. Yeah, exactly.
Do you know what I mean? Like that should be an app. That should be a thing.
Well, get on it.
I know, right?
People. You're in showbiz.
I should work on that.
John Heffron is at Hilarities tonight, 7 o'clock, 7 and 9:30 tomorrow and Saturday. And he's out there, ladies. He's unfettered. He is at the top of his game. He's a handsome man. He has control over his entire face now.
For just about, yeah.
You're going to love both sides of his face. And you can go to pickwickandfrolic.com for the details. JohnHeffron.com for everything else. It's always good to see you.
It's always great to see you guys.
Thank you for coming in, brother.
I appreciate it.
All right, best of luck out there.
We'll talk to you. Next time I talk to you, I'll be here in a year, but I'll probably be married again.
Beautiful, right?
I already got a little girl. Why not just jump right back in?
Yeah, you'll develop that app and everything will be good.
It'll be good. We're all sitting pretty,
Look at this
fellas.
ATM receipt, baby. I got that app money. All right, we'll take a break. I'll be back after these.
Hey everybody, welcome to Is It Weird? I'm Bill Squire, and I appreciate you watching. Don't forget to, and I know this is audio wallpaper to a lot of you, like, subscribe, and share. Let's concentrate on sharing today, because if you share, even if you don't share like a link, tell someone about it. Tell someone that you like to watch this live stream, and tell them that they should watch it. And let's get those numbers up. I want more people watching. I want more people engaged with the live stream. I like the live stream a lot, and I want to keep doing it, but we got to keep those numbers climbing. Right now, they've kind of plateaued. We need to climb in order to keep this thing going. So keep those numbers up. Liking, sharing, subscribing, that all helps. If you've never subscribed and you just watch it every day, or you watch it every once in a while, subscribing helps too. We're getting close to 10,000. We're around 8,000 right now, and that would be very helpful. Ugh, it's weird that I just burped up some chicken marsala. Ugh. You guys are lucky you're not here. No smell-o-vision yet. Is it weird that Mary thinks she knows me so well, but she really doesn't? Yesterday I went to the art museum, and I posted it on my Instagram story, and then she messages me, and she's like, since when do you like art? I'm like, I love art. I've been to the art museum a half a dozen times in the past year, which I think is pretty, that's a pretty steady flow, right? I'm there every other month at least. I really like the art museum. I'm there a lot. I'm a big fan of the art museum. And I don't understand how Mary hasn't picked up on that. She's always just paying attention to the salads that she's taking pictures of and her selfies. She's just in her own world. She can't defend herself right now, so it's perfect for me. But the art museum is great. Right now they have an exhibit that is a tribute to, well, it's Michelangelo, not the Ninja Turtle, the old painter, the Renaissance painter. I believe he's Italian. Great exhibit that has a bunch of his old sketches, which, sketching something back then was a much different process. You don't go to, the art store and get your sketchbook and your supplies. It's not like it was a whole, like getting the supplies just to sketch things back then was a lot more of a job, and it took a lot more, it was more of a process. So I appreciate that there's these sketches of some of his really famous works. Like there's some sketches that were from the Sistine Chapel, which is incredible. And then you have actual like artifacts, like actual drawings that he put his hands on, not paintings. Like we know the paintings, we know the sculptures, but like him working things out. And as someone that's really invested in the process of creation, I really loved this exhibit. I loved seeing how he was developing his technique and how he worked through it, and then also the history of it. The fact that these are sketches that are over 500 years old is incredible. Like there's something about being near something that is that old, but yet so delicate, and it being preserved, that just really appeals to me. I'm really happy that I got to go and see it. And I also ended up getting a little art for my new condo. I'm pretty it's the hand of God, but it's also just his fingers, which is on brand for me. So it's a little double it's great art, but also works for me because I talk about fingering girls a lot, and that's becoming my brand. If he had drawn a gazebo, that would have been perfect, but no gazebo art that I found. So maybe I'll keep looking. And then he did get very religious towards the end, and that reminds me of the video that I just posted on AlanCoxShow.com. It's a preacher that's speaking in tongues. And while he's speaking in tongues, he's also scrolling through his phone, just kind of really phoning in the speaking in tongues part, where he's just making noises and not really feeling the spirit like you should be if you're supposed to be speaking in tongues. He's just kind of groaning at one point. He's just like looking through his phone, and it's quite hilarious. So go to AlanCoxShow.com and check out that video. And do you want to talk about God for a little bit? Probably not, but let's do it anyway. What do you think God is? Do you believe in God? I don't really believe in God, but if there is a God, I think he's a very hands-off God. I think he's a God that threw some stuff out there, made some stuff, maybe he, maybe she, whatever the entity is, put it out there and is just like leaving it alone and just goes, I can't believe they're doing that now. Some of the stuff that they're doing, pretty impressive. Some of it, real silly. So maybe that's the kind of God that exists. I don't think it's a God that's intervening in our day-to-day life. I don't find that God to be all that feasible the way life goes. But maybe it does happen. I don't know. I have no way of knowing, but it just doesn't seem like he would be all that concerned with us. Just the way the world's going, I don't feel like there's a lot of God happening on a day-to-day basis. I think it's more of like a Sims type thing where he's just looking down. Every once in a while, he'll mess things up just to entertain us a little bit, or entertain himself, rather. So, who knows? Who knows? I don't. People claim they do, but I don't think they do. All right, that's about it for this episode. Thanks for watching. Don't forget, like, subscribe, share. Follow me on Instagram at Bill Squire. come see me in Fairport Harbor if you're out on the east side. That's October 12th. And then I just scheduled a show in Lorraine out in at Union Town Provisions, and that's November 9th. So we got a little ways before that one, but everything else is at BillSquire.com. Thanks for watching, and then check out AlanCoxShow.com for that preacher video, and keep liking and subscribing and sharing, and tell people about the stream. Tell them about it.
One 578-1007. You want to join us? Or 800-348-1007. Want to text me 35192 AlanCoxShow.com. You can watch the show there if you like. The live stream is there. Use the search word Bar Crawl. Tomorrow night we head back to Lakewood with Dos Equis for the final Alan Cox Show Bar Crawl of 2019. Starts at 7 o'clock at Game On.
Game On.
See, now we have an echo because
we had the door open.
The thermostat or something is broken, so it's so goddamn hot in here.
Should I go open? Was it better when that other door was open? Oh, man,
I don't think so, no.
Annoying.
Well, so we have our studio door open, and then there are these doors halfway, double doors in the hallway outside my office where they'll shut automatically. They're magnetized to the walls, and they shut automatically if there's like a fire alarm or something. But it's something's goofy with the thermostat. So it's super hot in there too, Poundcake?
Hell yeah.
Yeah, because like Rachel's studio is super hot.
I'm glad I have like this fleece on or whatever they call it because...
Fleece?
Wouldn't you want to take that off if you're super hot?
No, because I'm probably pitting out. That's why I said I'm glad I have it on.
Oh, I to cover your pits.
Yep.
Yeah, it's usually super cold in the building, so I have like a friggin' flannel shirt on, but now it's 75 degrees in there or whatever.
And when I get dressed, I don't dress for inside. I dress for outside.
Do you really? So, I'm inside all day.
Yeah,
so it's like
so am I.
People
I
are
dress
like
for it being cold in here, so I wore like a hoodie today.
That's what I'm saying. Yeah,
I should probably do that. But like, I look at the forecast, I'm like, oh, I should probably wear something warm because it's gonna be 50 degrees out tomorrow. So I'm like, that's how I dress, even though I'm inside 90% of my day. those 2 minutes walking to my car in the morning and in the evening.
Well, wear a coat if it's that cold.
I know, but then I'm like, it might be nippy, and people aren't cheap, so they don't want to turn up the heat. So I just want to be prepared for anything.
During the work week, I never dress for outside.
I should.
That's why I have long sleeves on. It's 85 out.
I think that's my mom.
Because I'm inside all day long.
My mom always does that. It could be 90 degrees out. I'm laying by the pool. She's like, where's your jacket? All right. Teresa.
Your mom yells at you?
Oh, my mom, she's on another level.
Oh, boy. People are asking me for my Romo Fijo song. Should I send it to them? People want to spread the Romo Fijo song?
Yeah, I think you should.
It's Romo Fieldhouse. Let's go see a show.
Just have them cut it out of this clip. Make them watch the entire show and have them find it.
Oh, you're sick. It's hot.
Bless you, White Massa.
Thank you.
All these things going wrong.
Took another guzzle a day, Quill, so we'll see.
Guzzle, guzzle.
Do it like a shot.
Galugga, galugga, galugga.
Galugga, galugga, galugga.
Yep. Tomorrow's the next Bill Squire Friday Get Down. Don't give it away too early, Bill. You got to let people anticipate
Tomorrow's
Friday.
a special one. We got a good thing going on.
Yeah.
I think you should do a special one for the bar crawl. Like when we get to the first bar.
Well, that's
you just
a different client. So.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, we're not going to do it for them.
Yeah, we gotta
galugga, galugga.
Got to keep these things compartmentalized.
Yeah, fair enough. Okay.
Monday on the show, the Cavaliers will play their first of 4 preseason games at the Romo Fijo. That is a 6 o'clock tip Monday. So we'll be out of here a bit earlier. 5:30, I think, is when we wrap on Monday. That's when the pregame starts. 6 o'clock, the Cavs will play Argentina for reasons that are, as of yet, still unclear to me.
But not the Argentina national team, a team from the Argentinian
basketball league.
Yeah.
I want to travel to Argentina. I would love to go.
That's where the Pope is from. Does that sway you one way or the other?
I ain't going for him.
Well, he doesn't live there.
I ain't Catholic.
He's kind of got, well, from what I've heard, he's got his own place in Rome. Yeah, I know, but like, even if you're not Catholic, don't people like look at the Pope and be like, oh, it's like he's like a religious celebrity, you know?
I got a selfie with the Pope.
Well, you know what I mean? Like,
Hashtag blessed.
I feel like there's
his own plane, right?
There's no to coin a Bill Squire term. There's no analog to the Pope in other religions. Is there like a globally recognized world leader?
I don't think there's one that's as popular as the Pope. Like, I know there's a head of the Mormon Church. I can't even think who it is right now.
That's what I mean.
But,
like, you say the Pope,
but
people
the Pope,
know who you're talking
about.
Right.
Yeah.
Because there's so much history there. I mean, most Catholics, forget what they say. Most of them don't pay that much attention to the Pope. But he's like the Catholic celebrity.
Yeah, no, I don't care. I just want to go to, like...
He can pack a stadium, right? He was in Philadelphia and
yeah, he
filled
can.
up the link.
Come to this Pope tour.
So where do you want to go? You want to go to Buenos Aires, or where do you want to go?
That's exactly where I want to go.
With a pocket full of pesos and rubbers?
What's that?
Well, pesos would be the monetary unit, and then rubbers would be condoms.
They have pesos too?
Yeah.
I thought that was just Mexico.
You wouldn't have a pocket full of boner buckets?
Pocket full of Hawthorne.
Philippines also uses pesos.
What's that?
There's a lot of countries that use pesos.
Yeah, it's true.
I had no idea. But no, yeah.
Now, I don't know what that's translated into in Spanish.
I just want to go to all the gay clubs there because I hear they are jumping. And I want to go.
Where is a place where the gay clubs aren't jumping?
Sandusky, Ohio.
Yeah, don't get me started.
That's a gay-friendly club, you said, not a gay club.
But it is marked as a gay club, but there's no other clubs that people want to bother to go to.
Well, right.
To dance in Sandusky.
I mean, you want to get the buzz on Yelp.
We got them started.
All you breeders come in and take over our place. I had a girl with a hula hoop yelling at me, talking about, you're not enjoying your time here. You think it's lame? I'm like, yes, you're incredibly lame.
How could you get upset with someone with a hula hoop?
22 damn years old in there hula hooping. Get out of my face.
Well, it's one of the things that's not talked about that often is that when neighborhoods are gentrified, that's what kills a lot of gay bars. If it's not a specifically gay neighborhood like Boys Town in Chicago or Tenderloin in San Francisco, but there are a lot of like long time gay and lesbian bars that go away because of gentrification, because the prices go through the roof and the people who own the bars go, we do okay, but we serve one clientele, and so we can't afford to keep the,
Yeah.
It changes the neighborhood.
Believe me, I know. Breeders take over everything. ruin everything for everybody.
Breeders take over everything.
You guys judge.
Poundcake says.
There can't be any back rooms because y'all snitch and y'all tell people like.
What do we care? Who's this we?
You do care. You guys do care.
Do I care if you're walking through a human car wash full of naked, oiled up bodies?
Clearly, you guys do.
No, we don't.
It's white women. It's white women there for bachelor parties. Yeah. Bachelorette parties that are ruining it.
Guys are.
Don't blame us.
Yeah. No.
I don't go.
Yeah. We.
And if I do go,
We aren't in there.
Yeah.
We don't care what you do.
When I went to
God bless.
When I went to the gay club, we had one girl with us. Not only they wouldn't even let her in. Like we went to Toronto and we went to the strip of gay bars there in Church and Wesley. And the one guy's like, "Yeah, this is the one night of the year where we don't allow women in." And she's
what
like,
night was that?
Every night.
They were trolling you. Oh, I see.
Well, he was hoping that we would just be like, "Oh, well, we just came on a bad night." Like. No, they don't want to let her in. They don't like females.
Why? But why don't they care? I mean, she's a paying customer.
They don't care. And I was like, oh my gosh, isn't that discrimination? I was like, this is Canada. They don't care. And so
but that's such an open society. You think that they wouldn't?
But
gay clubs
they
are for
want
gays
it to be.
They have lesbian bars.
More like a club and not like a bar.
And so we ended up going to like this one club called Fly 2.0, and that was the one with the back room. So I went to the bathroom and I found a little arrow on like where guys were rubbing up against each other, and I ran out and told my friends, and the girl's like, "Oh, I'm gonna go check the girls' bathroom, see if they have anything." There was nothing. So she was disappointed. I was like, because you guys snitch. I was like, all you girls always complain about us and how we're such pigs.
Well, she didn't think there was going to be a room full of women rubbing up against each other.
Did.
Why?
She ran in there because she thought there was going to be something going on. And she's straight, but she was just like,
I don't even think they have those in lesbian bars, rooms of girls rubbing up against each other. Just do it at the bar. Pretty stinky. Yeah, I'm sure the gay room smells awesome.
It didn't smell bad. It didn't smell bad.
Yeah.
It did.
Now who's judgy? This guy. He's the king of projection. No wonder he's a Trump guy. It's all projection. Accuses you of doing the same thing he's doing. Wow. Judgy McJudgerson.
You and the straight girls are in cahoots. I don't trust y'all.
I was reading...
Don't call it a cahoot.
Please, use the medical terminology.
Yeah. There's a lot of folds to the story, kind of like your cahoot.
Folds to the story. Wasn't it a couple of weeks ago one of the listeners said I was gay because I had an iPhone? What was that? Remember that?
Something like
I
that.
was a homo because I had an iPhone or something? Right. Well, there's a guy in Russia who is claiming that his iPhone turned him gay, right?
Oh, okay.
Now, if you're in Russia and you're gay, you're probably trying to come up with reasons to explain why you're gay. It's got to be someone else's fault because you don't want to get
over there, right?
clubbed in the brain.
Oh God, you will be executed.
I don't know if it's illegal.
Yes, it is.
But it is certainly frowned upon. He's claiming that an app on his phone turned him gay, and so he's suing Apple. This is how far you have to go to pretend that to come up with a reason why you're not really gay, right? So he's looking for 1 million rubles in damages, which is not a lot of money, but that's
how much does that translate to?
It's about $11,000 American, yeah. Which in Russia, who knows? That could be worth 1 million rubles. But he said that somebody sent him a crypto app called 69 Gay Coins, and somebody sent him a message said, "Don't judge without trying." And his explanation is, "I thought, right. Why should I judge something without trying it?" And so because of the message on his phone, according to him, he started having same-sex relationships. And now he can't get out of them. He's stuck in a same-sex relationship, and he's suing Apple because he says that the app turned him gay. I don't know how to explain my steady boyfriend to my parents, is what he's saying.
Wow. Oh, my gosh, this is awesome.
That the iPhone pushed him into homosexuality.
I'm going to sue Apple, too. I don't even have an iPhone.
And no one pushed you into homosexuality, by the way. You pushed yourself.
Right. Well,
you broke your arm pushing yourself out of that closet.
Even if you were pushed into homosexuality, you still pushed back.
That's right. He did push back.
Kind of hurt a little bit. Only for the first time.
I saw Beyonce's dad has breast cancer.
I didn't see that. When did you read that?
This morning. He was on Good Morning America. Matthew Knowles, who was Beyonce and Solange's father has breast cancer.
So that's why I did see an article. TMZ
That's
came
why
out.
he's trending.
Yeah, well, I didn't even see that. I saw an article that TMZ posted about Solange and Beyonce like testing negative for the gene that carries breast cancer. And I was like, how can they just post their medical records like that? Like, what prompted this? And now, okay, that makes sense because their dad came public about it.
Fewer than 1% of breast cancer patients are men. So it's extraordinarily rare in men.
Shouldn't have been cheating. It's karma.
Cheating?
He did cheat.
Oh, you think that gave him breast cancer?
He did all
like John Heffron's
he
wife stepped
created
on him and he got
Beyonce.
Bell's palsy?
He created Beyonce and had Tina Knowles. He had everything he wanted in the world. Money, a beautiful wife, beautiful children, successful children. And it just wasn't enough. He had to have a jump off and then have a kid with that jump off.
It doesn't matter. No matter if you're somebody like that, no matter how much you have, it's not enough. That's the problem. I mean, if you're super successful, when is it enough? You go, I've gotten all this stuff, because in your brain you go, I have made all these things happen, so I can make anything happen.
And you don't want to plateau. You don't want it to stop. You want to keep on rising.
Yeah, you don't want a peninsula.
So he knocked up his side piece?
Yeah. The kid is like 4 or 5 now. Like Beyonce,
Really?
Beyonce has.
This guy's 67 years old.
Yes, he has like a daughter out of wedlock, and I think it was before they even got divorced, and that's why the mom divorced him. So the mom is remarried. I think he's remarried.
Can the kid dance? Can the kid sing?
There was a big article about it, how she wants to meet her half sister Beyonce, and
well, wouldn't you?
Following in her
like, oh my
footsteps.
God, wait a second, my half sister is Beyonce.
Yeah, and I don't think Beyonce has a relationship.
So Beyonce's parents are divorced.
They are divorced now,
Okay.
yes, and they're both remarried, but the dad did not marry the jump off.
Destiny's love child.
Ooh.
Anyway, he's got breast cancer, and they said that it's very rare in guys, but most guys who get it are between the ages of 60 and 70. This guy's smack dab in the middle of that. And so he was talking about it on Good Morning America. Found out a couple of months ago.
I also am a survivor of breast cancer.
Just 2 months ago, Knowles noticed a small recurring dot of blood on his shirt.
And then I told my wife, and she says, you know what? I saw a dot of blood on the sheets. So I immediately went to my doctor. I got a mammogram, and then it was very clear that I had breast cancer. I had my surgery the last week of July, and now doing all the steps for recovery.
So don't you? First of all, I didn't know that you like outwardly bled as a
I didn't know about
sign
that,
of
yeah.
breast cancer, maybe in men. But don't you have to have some big old moobs to get breast cancer? You got to have a lot.
I have no idea what this guy looks like.
But you have to have a lot of tissue there, right?
Montel Williams had breast cancer.
No, he had.
He did have breast cancer.
How many things did Montel had? He's like the face of MS.
Well, he also had breast cancer.
Montel had breast cancer.
I think my
I
mom
want to
told
know
me that.
if they're gonna get. Is he gonna get fake moves?
I don't think so.
Have the nipples.
Montel Williams, male celebrities with breast cancer.
I told you.
Jesus, you talk about, what did Montel Williams do? Guy got MS. He got BC, according to this article. He did. He does commercials for like, I'm Montel and I have MS. Ernie Green from the Cleveland Browns was a famous guy with breast cancer. Peter Criss from Kiss.
Oh, yeah?
So, no, you don't have to have, it's not about the tissue there. It's
Rod
just,
Roddy, remember him? He was the
announcer on Price is
for
Right.
The Price is Right.
And I'm Rod Roddy.
That's right.
I actually think I remember that one.
Because I remember when
He released video of his doctor's visit. Richard Roundtree, the guy who played Shaft originally.
Really?
Breast cancer.
He was just in the new Shaft, right?
Yes. Well, I assume.
I just remember my mom telling me that Montel Williams had cancer because I remember when I was hitting puberty, I had lumps in my nipples, and my brother was like, oh, no, that's just a part of your growth. I was like, maybe it's a growth. And my mom got scared, and she took me to the doctor, and they were like, oh, no, it's normal. But
So you know
dudes
when
can't
you
breast
get
cancer.
an alert on your phone when there's Celebrity D online, does your mom get an alert when there are celebrities with breast cancer? Anything like that come up? Does she get any kind of alerts?
Not that I know of. She could have back then. I think she used to watch Montel all the time. That's probably why she knew.
Yeah, Montel. He's doing ads for, what the hell does he do? Predatory lenders and multiple sclerosis. I don't know. But I didn't realize that. Boy, Montel. And that's a guy who prided himself on taking really good care of
Yeah,
himself.
he's always been in very good shape.
Yes. Wow.
How did he get a show? I didn't know what was his celebrity before he got that show.
Don't know. It's a good question.
Because he
I
just
still
kinda,
don't really know what. I know he has a show. I don't know.
He
what,
had a show.
or had a
It's
show. I don't
been
know
gone.
what his show was.
It was
It's a
like
talk show.
Yeah,
Maury.
but like
Early 90s.
but like a Maury type talk show, right?
It
Not-
was.
not like a
like
he wasn't doing like celebrity interviews.
No, it was like my father molested me. Now I'm having our love child, which is his granddaughter and his daughter, type stuff. Yep.
I don't know how he got
Simple.
started. Maybe they just auditioned him. Maybe they were just going to do a syndicated talk show and auditioned people.
Because I thought wasn't he like a Marine? I was like, where did he have time to like get famous and be like a Marine?
He was a Marine and in the Navy.
Wow. See?
Yep.
Like,
I don't know. Yeah.
He's done a lot.
The thing ran for a long time.
Yeah,
91 to 08.
wow, I didn't even know it went to 08.
Is
That's
Maury-
a long time.
Is Maury still going? Is he still?
Yup.
Maury's still going.
Yup.
Yep.
He sure is.
And nothing's happened to him with all the baby daddies he's outing and whatnot.
Maury
he's
is
getting away with
Nobody's put a
no
bomb in
karma
his,
coming back.
in his
He's a good
mailbox.
guy. Maury is a good guy. Like I've seen interviews that he's done. He is so likable. Like if he ran for office, I would probably vote for him. Like he is so fun. And the show that he does, he was like, I know my show's stupid. He was like, it's stupid, but people, he was like, they pay me a bunch of money and they want these people to come on.
He
What guy
bought
would
in.
say no?
He bought in.
And
he was like a journalist for a while, and he's like, screw it. I got a good thing here, and it's fun.
And he was like, I have a smart wife. My wife makes more money than I do.
Connie Chung? Is that?
Yep.
Connie Chung.
Yep.
Oh, there's no way she makes more money than he does.
That's what he said.
Not anymore.
No, back in the day when she was like
back in
a
the day.
network news, probably.
But he makes a buttload of money.
Sure. Makes that syndication money. Anybody remember Richard Bay?
Mm-mm.
This is a guy in like the mid-'90s who had one of those talk shows. When everybody was trying to rip off Morton Downey Jr., if people remember him, where he'd scream at people, and that was like late 80s.
I don't remember that
And there
either.
were more people that were kind of trying to do the Donahue thing. There was Sally Jesse Raphael. But for a while, there were all these guys that were trying to do like trash tabloid talk shows. Like Geraldo and Richard Bay and all those kind of guys.
Trash tabloid. What do you mean? Like just
Like, somebody threw a chair at Geraldo's
Oh.
head back in the day. He got famous from having a broken nose for a while. Somebody threw a chair at him. Morton Downey Jr., somebody had to have done a documentary on him by now. He was a guy that would, call people scumbags in the audience, and it was like wrestling television.
You want to
kinda.
know how successful you are when your bodyguard on your show gets a show, like Steve
Wilkos.
Yeah.
And he was competing with Jerry. Like they didn't have the same time slot, but I think they were like right behind each other.
I remember being at
well,
a bar.
It depends on what station they're on too, because
No, they were on. They were on the same.
But it depends on the market they're in.
Oh, okay,
because they were, it was a syndicated show.
That's true.
I remember because Gwen used to work on the Jerry Springer show. And so she knew Steve Wilkos, I think. But I remember when she and I were first date, and I told her, I was at a bar downtown, and me and a couple of friends were having dinner and waiting for the table. We're at a bar, and Steve Wilkos walks in. I think he was married to like one of the producers or something. But the two women he had with him, neither of which were his wife. He had like these Filipino hookers with like one arm around each of them or something. And I'm just kind of looking at him like, have fun, bro. Who knows how long this is going to last?
He was a good-looking guy.
Masarap.
But I think it's still on. What's that?
Just delicious.
Yeah. Okay. Let me get you these Tim and Eric tickets. They're doing the mandatory attendance world tour. If you're a Tim and Eric fan, I'll hook you up after the break. 35192 if you want to text for anything else.
Hey everybody, welcome to Is It Weird? I'm Bill Squire, and I appreciate you watching. Don't forget to, and I know this is audio wallpaper to a lot of you, like, subscribe, and share. Let's concentrate on sharing today, because if you share, even if you don't share like a link, tell someone about it. Tell someone that you like to watch this live stream, and tell them that they should watch it. And let's get those numbers up. I want more people watching. I want more people engaged with the live stream. I like the live stream a lot, and I want to keep doing it, but we got to keep those numbers climbing. Right now, they've kind of plateaued. We need to climb in order to keep this thing going. So keep those numbers up. Liking, sharing, subscribing, that all helps. If you've never subscribed and you just watch it every day, or you watch it every once in a while, subscribing helps too. We're getting close to 10,000. We're around 8,000 right now. And that would be very helpful. Ugh, it's weird that I just burped up some chicken marsala. Ugh. You guys are lucky you're not here. No smell-o-vision yet. Is it weird that Mary thinks she knows me so well, but she really doesn't? Yesterday I went to the art museum, and I posted it on my Instagram story, and then she messages me, and she's like, since when do you like art? I'm like, I love art. I've been to the art museum a half a dozen times in the past year, which I think is pretty, that's a pretty steady flow, right? I'm there every other month at least. I really like the art museum. I'm there a lot. I'm a big fan of the art museum. And I don't understand how Mary hasn't picked up on that. She's always just paying attention to the salads that she's taking pictures of and her selfies. She's just in her own world. She can't defend herself right now, so it's perfect for me. But the art museum is great. Right now they have an exhibit that is a tribute to, well, it's Michelangelo, not the Ninja Turtle, the old painter, the Renaissance painter. I believe he's Italian. Great exhibit that has a bunch of his old sketches, which, sketching something back then was a much different process. You don't go to, the art store and get your sketchbook and your supplies. It's not like it was a whole, like getting the supplies just to sketch things back then was a lot more of a job, and it took a lot more, it was more of a process. So I appreciate that there's these sketches of some of his really famous works. Like there's some sketches that were from the Sistine Chapel, which is incredible. And then you have actual like artifacts, like actual drawings that he put his hands on, not paintings. Like we know the paintings, we know the sculptures, but like him working things out. And as someone that's really invested in the process of creation, I really loved this exhibit. I loved seeing how he was developing his technique and how he worked through it, and then also the history of it. The fact that these are sketches that are over 500 years old is incredible. Like there's something about being near something that is that old, but yet so delicate and it being preserved that just really appeals to me. I'm really happy that I got to go and see it, and I also ended up getting a little art for my new condo. I'm pretty it's the hand of God, but it's also just his fingers, which is on brand for me. So it's a little double it's great art, but also works for me because I talk about fingering girls a lot, and that's becoming my brand. If you had drawn a gazebo, that would have been perfect, but no gazebo art that I found. So maybe I'll keep looking. And then he did get very religious towards the end, and that reminds me of the video that I just posted on AlanCoxShow.com. It's a preacher that's speaking in tongues. And while he's speaking in tongues, he's also scrolling through his phone, just kind of really phoning in the speaking in tongues part, where he's just making noises and not really feeling the spirit like you should be if you're supposed to be speaking in tongues. He's just kind of groaning at one point. He's just like looking through his phone, and it's quite hilarious. So go to AlanCoxShow.com and check out that video. And do you want to talk about God for a little bit? Probably not, but let's do it anyway. What do you think God is? Do you believe in God? I don't really believe in God, but if there is a God, I think he's a very hands-off God. I think he's a God that threw some stuff out there, made some stuff, maybe he, maybe she, whatever the entity is, put it out there and is just like leaving it alone and just goes, I can't believe they're doing that now. Some of the stuff that they're doing, pretty impressive. Some of it, real silly. So maybe that's the kind of God that exists. I don't think it's a God that's intervening in our day-to-day life. I don't find that God to be all that feasible the way life goes. But maybe it does happen. I don't know. I have no way of knowing, but it just doesn't seem like he would be all that concerned with us. Just the way the world's going, I don't feel like there's a lot of God happening on a day-to-day basis. I think it's more of like a Sims type thing where he's just looking down, and every once in a while he'll mess things up just to entertain us a little bit, or entertain himself rather. So, who knows? I don't. People claim they do, but I don't think they do. All right, that's about it for this episode. Thanks for watching. Don't forget, like, subscribe, share. Follow me on Instagram at Bill Squire. Come see me in Fairport Harbor if you're out on the east side. That's October 12th. And then I just scheduled a show in Lorraine out in at Union Town Provisions, and that's November 9th. So we got a little ways before that one, but everything else is at BillSquire.com. Thanks for watching, and then check out AlanCoxShow.com for that preacher video, and keep liking and subscribing and sharing, and tell people about the stream. Tell them about it.
All right, Tim and Eric back together again. Tim Heidecker, Eric Wareheim, they're on the road. The Mandatory Attendance World Tour. Tim and Eric at the Agora on Tuesday night, February the 18th. Little post-Valentine thing for you. AgoraCleveland.com has got the info on the tickets. Want to see Tim and Eric do what they do best? Be caller 12. 216-578-1007 or 800-348-1007. $35192, send me a text. My voice is hanging on for dear life. Tomorrow should be a really interesting show. Depending on what I sound, if I can keep this cold at bay. But then we got the bar crawl tomorrow night. We're going back to Lakewood tomorrow night. I don't want to miss that.
Power through, man.
Don't want to miss the show. Don't want to miss the bar crawl. I got to get up early Saturday morning and drive home to see my family. And so tomorrow night we're going to be back in Lakewood. After the show, we get out of here around 6:30. We'll haul ass. 7 o'clock is when it starts up in Lakewood.
Stop on home. Get a little food in my belly.
You'll have enough time to do that.
I mean, I'll have something prepared that I can eat quickly.
I see.
Like, I'll be ready because I don't want to
go on an empty stomach. I understand.
That's a rookie move.
I know.
We have a lot of drinks on those things. So
yeah, I got to pace myself tomorrow night. I don't want to be hurting Saturday morning, and I won't have time to eat something. So, but we start up at 7 o'clock.
Prepare like I'm gonna do.
Oh yeah.
And you can eat on the way. Maybe bring something with you. You can eat on the drive home.
Huh? You mean eat something in my car?
If you want.
Wow. Wouldn't that distract me from my driving duties?
Who cares?
Would you rather die in a crash on a full stomach or in an empty? That's what I thought. You want to have something in your stomach.
Get something that's handheld and easy to eat. Don't,
like a Subway footlong.
Right.
Yeah.
There you go. Don't have spaghetti
like
and meatballs.
You know
like a takeout box of udon noodles. Yeah.
While we're talking about food, you know what I haven't had in a while that I shocked myself? I haven't had Taco Bell in like 2 or 3 months.
Why is that?
I don't know. I haven't had Taco Bell in a long time, so now I'm getting Taco Bell today.
Oh, tonight?
I was thinking about what I was gonna have for dinner. I'm like, yeah.
All right.
That's what you're gonna do for National Boyfriend Day. Ruin your weekend.
It won't ruin my weekend. It might ruin my night. He works the night. It's fine.
Sometimes I will treat myself to Taco Bell for lunch on a Friday.
Oh yeah.
I'll sit at my desk and I'll
What's
eat
your
Taco
order?
Bell. I'll tell you what my order is. 2, if I'm feeling peckish, right? 2 nacho Dorito Loco tacos.
Those are good.
Supreme. DLTs. You can tell them and they'll know what you mean. And then sometimes a cheesy gordita crunch.
I love a cheesy gordita crunch.
And then
it's got
that's
the
it.
soft and the crunch in it. Ooh,
Yeah.
it's
So
good.
sometimes I'll treat
It's
myself
good.
to Friday lunch, but I haven't done that in a long time. Probably longer than Poundcake's gone through his TV drought.
My mom loves a chalupa.
You really want to spice up that cheesy gordita crunch.
Okay.
You tell them to put one of those Doritos Locos Nacho Cheese shells as the inner shell.
Really?
And they'll do it, and it's good.
I feel like I'm just not a
It's
substitution
good.
guy because I feel like that's just more things that they could potentially
Mess
screw
up,
up.
yeah.
Yeah. But
I
I,
mean, they
also
can,
I
but-
also get over there early, but like before they hit a lunch rush.
Right.
I haven't had a Taco Bell breakfast. I
had it once. I did the egg
Crunch Trap or something.
Yeah, like the one that's like the shell is the egg.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, I don't know.
It's actually not bad.
I never had it.
Are they still doing it?
I don't see why they would stop. I don't think they advertise it anymore, but I feel like it was a whole market that they were missing out on. Like every other fast food place had breakfast.
Nah, Wendy's never has done it.
Never
I think
done
they
it.
tried it for a bit, and they're like, nah, people don't come here for breakfast. Maybe there's a few Wendy's that do it.
Yeah, I guess Arby's doesn't do it either.
I like to your point of eating something easy in the car. I like to get a.
I do that.
I like half out of the car is how you
Yeah,
like to.
half,
Yeah,
yeah.
that's right. I like to get a full wet burrito from Ohio City
There you
Burrito.
go.
Why is
And
it
then
wet?
I'll eat that in. Huh?
Why is it wet?
You tell me.
It's got sauce on it. So it's a knife and fork burrito. That's the joke.
Oh.
Well, yes, for some people. For me, it's because I ask them to dunk it, like a hot beef sandwich, an Italian beef sandwich.
Like Erica's hot dog.
I have them dunk the burrito in jus, and then I will eat that. And so, yes, of course, my car smells. Right, because it's wet burrito, and then on top of that, you want to talk about layers? Farts.
Ooh.
Yeah, that's right. I want to get my money's worth when I have my car detailed, all right? I don't want to just roll it in there.
Yeah, you don't want them easy peasy.
No, I'm paying you guys $120. I'm going to give you at least $120 worth of laborious
That's how much it
odor
costs?
removal if you want it done right. Yeah, detailing can cost you a pretty penny.
Never had my car detailed.
Oh, it's nice. I got mine done last year. I should probably do it again.
Any one of my cars I've never had.
It's been a minute.
There's a place just east of downtown, like near East Side. I forget what they're called, but they do an amazing job. I would give them a little free plug if I could remember what the hell they're called.
Is it over there by like the McDonald's and stuff?
Yeah. Yeah. Alan,
Rallies.
you can eat Hot Pockets on the go.
There you go. That won't
Right.
ruin your
No.
drive to Chicago.
Right. I'll have lava, hot lava on my crotch as I'm trying to eat.
Yeah,
right.
and
Jeff
Slim-
Hardig suggests a bowl of pho on
There
the
you
road. There
go.
you go. Sure.
Slim-
You know how I feel about the broth.
Everybody loves Slim Jims. That's like road trip food, but it's really not. Like you can eat them on the road, but you shouldn't because they make you so gassy.
Oh, do they? Slim Jims?
Oh my god!
I've never had a Slim Jim.
Like if you
You've
get
never had a Slim Jim ever?
No.
maybe the
Really?
maybe
No.
the little ones are okay, like the ones that are like that, like kid size. But I know people who get like the long that looks like a long pixie stick. Oh god, no! Don't get those. Unless you want your car fumigated, don't do it.
What do they say? Step into a Slim Jim? Is that what it is?
Yes, step into a Slim Jim.
I never understood that.
Snap into a Slim Jim.
Eat me. Yeah, but snap into doesn't make sense either.
Snap into because it snaps.
But you're not snapping into a
You're
Slim
snapping
Jim.
into it. When you bite into it, it snaps.
Oh, I see. Why do they say bite into a Slim Jim?
Because that doesn't have the same ring to it as snap.
It also doesn't have the same ring as step. No. Step into a Slim Jim, and then you go, oh, my God, I stepped on my food. Does it still taste great? That's how they should sell it to you. And then you go, oh, my God, this stepped-on fake meat encasement tastes fantastic.
It's real meat. It's
Step
just
into
not
real meat.
It's not the
Please.
best meat.
They might as well make it out of the wrapper.
I like it.
Plus, you can sword fight with it.
Oh, yeah, could you? Sword
can.
fight with it? Yeah.
It's fun.
I can already do that, Poundcake. You know, I don't need a Slim
On
Jim
guard.
to sword fight, my friend. That's right. I like this dude. Now, again, he could not have foreseen this, but here's a guy showing off, right? It's a classic dude move, and that's why I like it. It's a guy in Utah. Survives a bison trampling, right? He gets gored by a bison. Tramples him, gores him, and he recovers. This is back in June. This was at a state park. And so he goes on a date with this girl and takes her to the park because he wants to show her, oh, man, this is where I got. Like he's flossing.
Yeah,
he
yeah.
wants to show
He's
her
showing off
where
his-
he got gored.
Which is a weird thing to go and brag about.
Right, but he's trying
Yeah.
to, whatever.
Yeah. Here's where I lost where I was lucky enough to not die.
Yeah.
It's not like he took the bison down. The bison just didn't kill him all the way.
Yeah, he didn't grab it by the horns and wrestle it to the ground.
Right.
He's not showing up to the date wearing a bison coat. Anyway, he could have never foreseen that taking his date to that state park would have resulted in her getting gored too.
Oh,
which is exactly what happened. Boy, you think you'd be on the lookout for bison if you go, A, maybe stay in the car, stupid. B, so imagine going through
I
that
know bison
together,
were
but then
that-
like not breaking, imagine
Yeah.
breaking up after that.
Oh,
Going,
yeah. That's a bad date.
Yeah, but now
Or-
you've got this very specific thing that ties the two of you together.
Yeah, but I don't think that's anything. But he is literally the cause of it. Like, it happened to him.
But she
But
agreed
then,
to
like,
go to
she
this
agreed
park
to
where
go.
he got gored.
But why get out? I don't get that. And then also, I didn't know bison were so angry.
Attacky?
Yeah, attacky, yes.
Yes, so.
Aggressive.
All of a sudden, I see the bison charging me. So I start running towards the lake away from it, and it flips me up. He was digging at the dirt like he was going to charge after me again. I've heard from his story, just stay still so it doesn't come charging at you again.
Holding her head and squeezing her hand, and my heart just drops because I know that pain.
To me, it seems like, I don't know, 1 in a million chance.
There's a really wild video. I don't know if it was in Russia or China or where, but they have a bunch of guys standing in a grid. Have you seen that? It's about with the bull.
That's just running all around him?
Yes,
Yeah,
they
that's
say
pretty
if you stand there still, if you don't antagonize a bull, it won't come at you.
Mm-hmm.
So there's all these guys standing in a grid, and the bull's running around all of them.
Yeah, it's very...
So I didn't think it was like, play dead and a bear won't attack you, because that's been kind of disproven too. But I saw a video of 2 bison on like the Serengeti or something. And they're surrounded, but not only will a bison charge you, it will throw one of their own under the bus. These 2 bison that are running, and there are all these like wolves or coyotes or I don't know what the hell they were, chasing them. And the one bison flips the other bison into the cubs so that he can get away. And they just devour this second bison.
Maybe this is the...
So they're not only are they aggressive, they're inherently untrustworthy.
Ooh, they're
Think
rats,
about that.
yeah.
They're rats. They're giant horned rats, these bison.
Now, do you think this was something that he was doing strategically so that he could get it in the back door. Because if you go, she's like, I'm not really into that. It hurts. And you go, well, it doesn't hurt as much as getting gored by a bison.
I see what
and
you're
go,
doing.
You know what? Good point. I guess I'll try it.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, I don't know.
Are they? But they're still together? She didn't break up with him?
Still together.
That's wild.
Are a buffalo and a bison the same thing?
I think a bison is the kind of buffalo that is in North America.
It's a kind of buffalo.
Yes.
One day the guy on the buffalo hopped off to stretch his legs, walking the field. Hey, what's this in the weeds? It's a baby. Awesome. He put it in a saddle, hopped on, humped it up a hill and across the plain. Tried to cross a river. Not gonna happen, man. You're riding on a buffalo, member, but keep the baby afloat. Get your guy on the buffalo. Gotta find your friend. She's buried. Guy on a buffalo. Hey.
Yeah, well, anyway.
Bison are the hipsters of the two animals, sporting thick beards. Buffalo are beardless.
Now, so bison are hipster buffaloes.
Bison are what are in North America. Buffalo are in Africa and Southeast Asia, like water buffalo.
You know, when John Heffron was here, and I didn't know that he was... there's a lot I didn't know. So I haven't seen him in a while, and I was... he told us he had gotten divorced in June, and I asked if it was just life on the road as a comic that just ground them down, and he goes, well, it was probably the other guy that took care of that. I was like,
that's almost as good as the Greg Barrett.
Yeah, you look great. Have you lost a lot of weight? And Greg Barrett goes, well, I had cancer. I blamed my research team, which is me. Yeah. You did have cancer. Oh, wow. Well, well, tell me about that. But when it comes to, a side piece or whatever, I was thinking about the girl who divorced her husband and married their wedding DJ.
Oh, really?
Because she had met him at a bar. These are two people from Maryland. Now, mind you, she is half his age. Okay? She's 25, he's 50.
Ooh.
That's a good DJ.
I was going to say, I thought it was hot the other way around. I was like, oh, she got a hot, young stud, DJ? No.
But the marriage, she finds out that her husband's playing video games all day long, which, news alert, you already knew that, right? You figured he'd stop when you got married. But
They're never going to stop.
No, you ignored that. Friends of mine, I don't know how they do it. I'm like, you're married with kids, and you come home and play Xbox. Like, A, who puts up with this? Your wife's banging somebody. And B, why would you do that? Like, you got a life here, man, a life you set up. The wife, the kids.
They can play video games as their hobby.
When the kids go to sleep or whatever, and not come home and put the headphones on like you're 12. I'm like, how do you do that? I mean, there's a part of me, there's a small part of me it's just jealousy. But most of me, I'm incredulous. Because I wouldn't want to come home and just play Xbox all night either. But anyway, so this woman and her husband, they're on the outs or whatever, and she goes back to the bar. It's in Saratoga Springs, where they got married. But she's from Maryland. A year later, she's back in the bar where she met the wedding DJ, and he's there. So she's talking to him about the whole thing. And, of course, they fall in love, blah, blah, blah. But I'm like, this guy's a 50-year-old bar DJ who does weddings, and she marries him.
And?
Huh?
Keep going.
Well, I just like her quote. She was like,
trying to demean him.
No, I'm not. I'm setting you up here. She goes, I couldn't believe I was falling for him. Are people going to think I'm a gold digger?
No one's going to think that.
What does she think this guy did? She goes back to the bar where she met him, and he's still working there. He's 50 in the bar.
And what kind of bar is it, too?
Don't know.
It's probably a bar that's attached to like a hotel or something, right?
It might not be a bar 32.
No clue. The couple said they plan to have kids, which will require him to reverse his vasectomy.
Oh, my God.
Oh, this is going to end bad. They need a TV show.
Are they cute?
But this is
she cute?
They're not unattractive.
Both
she's
of them?
20. Yeah, he's okay. He looks like a guy who keeps himself in shape. I mean, he's got that dopey, necklace on the outside of the shirt thing going, but, whatever.
How do I find this story? I want to look it up.
I found it in the New York Post. Woman divorces video game husband for their wedding DJ. But here's a line I love, and I know, Bill, you'll enjoy this. I'm an older soul, and he's a young soul, so it's perfect.
Until it's not.
By the way, why do you get credit for being an older soul, but we're just called immature?
Yeah.
We can't go, I'm a young soul. No, people go, oh, you're a Peter Pan, you can't grow up. Women, they go, I'm an old soul. Why is that a good thing? If you're I'm dating you because you're 25. I don't need you to have an old soul. I would like a soul that is commensurate with your age. I would like your soul to be the same age as your ass. How about that? I don't need an old soul. I'm an old soul. I'm an old everything. I'm 48. This guy's 50.
Oh, this guy's trying to play super young. Hey, I'm not just any old dad. I'm a cool dad. Like, he's that guy.
Well, he's not a dad yet, is he? No, he had a vasectomy.
Well, you can. Why would you have a vasectomy if you haven't had kids yet?
Because maybe he doesn't want to have kids.
Because he's a nightclub DJ at still 50 years old and probably just doing pretty good. Like,
yeah.
He's not. He's in pretty good shape.
Miles had a vasectomy years ago because he's like, I don't want kids.
She posted something for National Boyfriend Day.
There you go.
I'm on their Instagram. It's hilarious.
Love you to the moon and back.
Oh. They have a joint Instagram, by the way.
Oh, that's a bad sign.
We are Mark
and Megan. Yeah. I mean, whatever. It's just weird that you would go back to the bar where you met the guy and go, oh, he's still there. Let me talk to you about my failed marriage. But I mean, the guy's in good shape.
Yeah.
You know, for 50.
Yeah, good for him.
Yeah, right?
He doesn't look 50. I'll give him that.
Well, there you go.
He photographs well.
A little longer.
Listen, Poundcake.
Ooh,
he's
what?
a young soul. All right? She's an old soul.
He has a twerk video.
Well, I guess that's all it takes. Lucky for you, I'm going to a break. I'll let you watch that. Okay. You want to text me something? 35192, AlanCoxShow.com for everything else.
Hey everybody, welcome to Is It Weird? I'm Bill Squire, and I appreciate you watching. Don't forget to, and I know this is audio wallpaper to a lot of you, like, subscribe, and share. Let's concentrate on sharing today, because if you share, even if you don't share like a link, tell someone about it. Tell someone that you like to watch this live stream, and tell them that they should watch it. And let's get those numbers up. I want more people watching. I want more people engaged with the live stream. I like the live stream a lot, and I want to keep doing it, but we got to keep those numbers climbing. Right now, they've kind of plateaued. We need to climb in order to keep this thing going. So keep those numbers up. Liking, sharing, subscribing, that all helps. If you've never subscribed and you just watch it every day, or you watch it every once in a while, subscribing helps too. We're getting close to 10,000. We're around 8,000 right now, and that would be very helpful. Ugh, it's weird that I just burped up some chicken marsala. Oh, you guys are lucky you're not here. No smell-o-vision yet. Is it weird that Mary thinks she knows me so well, but she really doesn't? Yesterday I went to the art museum, and I posted it on my Instagram story, and then she messages me, and she's like, since when do you like art? I'm like, I love art. I've been to the art museum a half a dozen times in the past year, which I think is pretty, that's a pretty steady flow, right? I'm there every other month at least. I really like the art museum. I'm there a lot. I'm a big fan of the art museum, and I don't understand how Mary hasn't picked up on that. She's always just paying attention to the salads that she's taking pictures of and her selfies. She's just in her own world. She can't defend herself right now, so it's perfect for me. But the art museum is great. Right now they have an exhibit that is a tribute to, well, it's Michelangelo, not the Ninja Turtle, the old painter, the Renaissance painter. I believe he's Italian. Great exhibit that has a bunch of his old sketches, which, sketching something back then was a much different process. You don't go to, the art store and get your sketchbook and your supplies. It's not like it was a whole, like getting the supplies just to sketch things back then was a lot more of a job, and it took a lot more. It was more of a process. So I appreciate that there's these sketches of some of his really famous works. Like there's some sketches that were from the Sistine Chapel, which is incredible. And then you have actual like artifacts, like actual drawings that he put his hands on, not paintings. Like we know the paintings, we know the sculptures, but like him working things out. And as someone that's really invested in the process of creation, I really loved this exhibit. I loved seeing how he was developing his technique and how he worked through it, and then also the history of it. The fact that these are sketches that are over 500 years old is incredible. Like there's something about being near something that is that old, but yet so delicate, and it being preserved, that just really appeals to me. I'm really happy that I got to go and see it. And I also ended up getting a little art for my new condo. I'm pretty it's the hand of God, but it's it's also just his fingers, which is on brand for me. So it's a little double it's great art, but also works for me because I talk about fingering girls a lot, and that's becoming my brand. If he had drawn a gazebo, oh, that would have been perfect. But no gazebo art that I found. So maybe I'll keep looking. And then he did get very religious towards the end, and that reminds me of the video that I just posted on AlanCoxShow.com. It's a preacher that's speaking in tongues. And while he's speaking in tongues, he's also scrolling through his phone, just kind of really phoning in the speaking in tongues part, where he's just making noises and not really feeling the spirit like you should be if you're supposed to be speaking in tongues. He's just kind of groaning at one point. He's just like looking through his phone, and it's quite hilarious. So go to AlanCoxShow.com and check out that video. And do you want to talk about God for a little bit? Probably not, but let's do it anyway. What do you think God is? Do you believe in God? I don't really believe in God, but if there is a God, I think he's a very hands-off God. I think he's a God that threw some stuff out there, made some stuff, maybe he, maybe she, whatever the entity is, put it out there and is just like leaving it alone and just goes, I can't believe they're doing that now. Some of the stuff that they're doing, pretty impressive. Some of it, real silly. Real silly. So maybe that's the kind of God that exists. I don't think it's a God that's intervening in our day-to-day life. I don't find that God to be all that feasible the way life goes. But maybe it does happen. I don't know. I have no way of knowing, but it just doesn't seem like he would be all that concerned with us. Just the way the world's going, I don't feel like there's a lot of God happening on a day-to-day basis. I think it's more of like a Sims type thing where he's just looking down. Every once in a while he'll mess things up just to entertain us a little bit, or entertain himself rather. So who knows? Who knows? I don't. People claim they do, but I don't think they do. All right, that's about it for this episode. Thanks for watching. Don't forget, like, subscribe, share. Follow me on Instagram at Bill Squire. Come see me in Fairport Harbor if you're out on the east side. That's October 12th. And then I just scheduled a show in Lorraine out in at Uniontown Provisions, and that's November 9th. So we've got a little ways before that one, but everything else is at BillSquire.com. Thanks for watching, and then check out AlanCoxShow.com for that preacher video, and keep liking and subscribing and sharing, and tell people about the stream. Tell them about it.
216-578-1007 or 800-348-1007. If you got something for us, 35192, you want to text. And AlanCoxShow.com, Sunday morning, looking ahead to that, 2 hours of the best stuff from the week. Every Sunday morning, 8 to 10, you get the Week in Cox. So if you're up early or coming home really, really late, that'll be on for you. Congrats, by the way, to Joyce Hill. I don't know where Joyce Hill is from. But she won $5 million in that Queen of Hearts game that they do at those bars in Parma. You know, they have you pull the cards down and then people pay in.
She won?
Yeah, they've been playing this for over a year.
How much did she win?
$5 million.
That's all?
That's all.
Doesn't seem worth mentioning.
Yep. Yeah. $5 million.
$5 million.
She wasn't there. She wasn't present. The game lasted 53 weeks, and only 2 numbers remained on the board. She'll pay about 35% in state and federal taxes, but will still walk away with millions.
That's amazing.
There you go. And they start the next game, the next round of it, with 10% of the money. So 10% of the money
stays in,
and then she pays about a third in taxes.
There's no way to know how much.
I mean, if there was only a way, if we had a machine or we had someone available who had those kind of
I heard it was $4.5 million.
Abilities. What's that?
$4.5 million, I thought.
That she walks away with?
That's what I thought, yeah.
Well, 10% of $5 million is...
Is it $500,000?
It's $500,000, right?
Okay, so that's hard to take.
So $500,000.
I think I did the math correctly.
Let's see. Carry the 2
Sky
plus
math.
8.
Sky math.
Just write the numbers in your head.
Is it working? But you're not even writing any numbers.
So $500,000.
I am.
Yeah.
So $4.5 million goes to her, and then she pays about 30% in state and federal taxes.
All right.
Again, there's no way to know what that is.
Over 100.
That's about $1.575 million in taxes.
Right.
So hey, I was right. It's I know that I only said $500,000. They were gonna take.
So she's getting
So
a lot of millions of dollars.
She'll get just shy of $3 million, about $2.9 million.
That's a pretty good Wednesday.
But you
Thursday.
can't live on that in Parma. I mean, that's a very...
That's true. Flamingos
That's
going
a
through
high,
the roof right now.
That's a very affluent suburb. What are you laughing about?
That I don't have $2.9 million. She could buy a Taco Bell with that. She could buy 2 Taco Bells with that.
The things you think of.
Dude,
that is what he aspires to, a taco.
Well, you still have to work.
You don't have to work.
You know, it's not pure profit, right? The money doesn't just go to you. It's got to go back into food and paying people and liability and, owning anything like that. And it's not guaranteed.
Ain't no Taco Bell gonna go out of business.
Plenty of them have got the one that... You can drive past something and realize it used to be a Taco Bell.
Yeah,
it's
but
got that old-timey adobe wall.
That means they just built a newer Taco Bell closer by, closer to the highway. Yeah.
What? Yeah. Okay.
I never heard of no Taco Bell. We're not making enough business. There's not enough drunk people around here.
As the owner,
no
you
one
still
ever.
have to pay attention to the business.
Set it and forget it. Just stack your paper.
Really? You're going to let your huge investment have other people deal with? That's how people get embezzled from.
Yeah.
That's how you wake up one morning and go, I don't have any money.
I'll run your Taco Bell for you.
There you go.
You don't get a black card.
Oh, I don't need
and
it.
You don't get to go on board of the Bella Fiesta.
The what?
The Bella Fiesta.
What is that?
My private Taco Bell jet.
So you are going to turn about $3 million into a private jet.
$1 million goes to one Taco Bell. $1 million goes to the other Taco Bell. They gross about $2 million a year. So that's $4 million.
Bill, when we put the bomb in his cargo hold, don't you even worry about it. We're going to have everything signed over to us.
What was the name of it again?
The Bella Fiesta is his.
Bella Fiesta.
He's so into Taco Bell that he's naming his private plane. You think he'd name it the Taco Bella Fiesta. But it's just the Bella Fiesta. Oh, poor little Poundcake.
Was Gordy on board? Was
Gordy and Lupa? Gordy and Lupa.
Gordy.
Oh, his kids, Gordy and Lupa. Yeah. Now, the Taco Bell by my house in Eastlake shut down many years ago, and I miss it.
No one lives in Eastlake.
This person literally texts me that they live in Eastlake. No one lives in Eastlake. What has that got to do with it? I mean,
ain't no business.
How is
you
that
can mismanage
right.
any business out of business?
Yeah, well,
there are 18,000 people who live in the pastoral and bucolic town of Eastlake, Ohio.
Well, they missed out. They didn't deserve one.
Come on.
They didn't deserve one.
They didn't deserve a Taco Bell. And 117th and Madison does? Is that what you're saying?
They absolutely need something good. They absolutely they need that. Taco
You guys
Bell.
see it? The car that drove through?
No, you keep saying that. I did not know
There's
that.
a car that crashed into the doors.
Why does everything go down on 117th? I don't understand it.
Because it's where Cleveland kisses Lakewood, and it gets wild over there.
And it's always that Taco Bell.
That Taco Bell is just a hub of action.
But someone driving into a building could happen anywhere, right?
Yeah,
but that's also the Taco Bell where the employees were shooting at somebody trying to rob it.
That's what I'm saying.
There's been a lot of things at that Taco Bell.
I just want a chalupa.
You just want a chalupa?
Mm. Oh, Gordy.
Sauerkraut.
Gordy and Lupa.
Gordy and Lupa.
So congratulations to her.
What is going on? Why do I hear?
Because our door's open because the friggin' air wasn't on.
Because 85 degrees in here, so we got the door open.
People don't realize that the
people are
door's
like,
open.
Oh,
so
Nobody curse.
Well, let me shut the door because...
They'll come through.
do that.
Yeah, so when I was finger blasting or something, like, I don't know what people going to say.
Finger blasting. Yeah, open those out there. Yeah, we'll just, it's the Poundcake and Bill show right now.
I don't know how salacious Java Joel is going to be.
Get
over
in
there.
here and close the door and lock Alan out. Just me and you, buddy. Yeah. Take this thing to the next level. All right. And I'm getting phone calls because people don't know when I'm on the air. Ugh.
Oh, people know when I'm on there. They just don't care. They'll call me anyways. They're like, you don't do your job anyways.
This is a booker.
What? It's all taken care of.
Yep.
It's good.
We held down the fort.
It's fine. Thank you. I appreciate that. So I was on Pornhub today.
Okay.
I was. 'Cause
Early?
I was, huh?
This early?
Well, I was doing some research. Not for its normal and intended purpose. Because I never watched this show. There was a girl named Maitland Ward.
Oh, yeah, I know Maitland.
What do you know her from?
I know her from everything that you're going to talk about.
Oh,
so
you
I'll let
do?
You do this
but do you know where other people know her from?
Yeah, well, I know where. I know
you know
her,
the whole story.
I know the whole story.
See, I didn't watch. She was on Boy Meets World.
But I knew her from a naked Snapchat first and foremost, and then I realized this whole Boy Meets World thing later.
Okay, gosh.
I was too old to watch Boy Meets World. That was Fred Savage's brother. Yeah.
Yes.
This was the one with Topanga.
Corey, and
so I knew
Eric.
about it, but I didn't watch the show. But it was a Disney show, Boy Meets World, and this woman who is now 42, but still looks good. I mean, her name is Maitland Ward. She's 42. She played Rachel McGuire on the show. And
the redhead, right?
Yeah.
The redhead. And
I knew
she
it.
does
Man.
hardcore porn now.
I can't believe that I never put this all together because I remember watching her on Boy Meets World, and then Brian Kenny turned me on to her Snapchat a few years ago. He's like, she didn't have a private Snapchat. She just had one that she would just get naked on all the time.
Yeah.
And he's like, she just likes being naked. I'm like, cool. She's got big boobs. I like her.
But if
I didn't know it was her.
But also,
I've had a crush on her for a long time.
But if you like being naked, especially in an age where women want to be sexually empowered and do whatever they want to do, and you should be able to, why make things up for why you got into the porn industry? If you like being naked and you like going down on dudes and you like people going down, Godspeed.
And
who
you need
cares?
money.
You need money. She said, I was approached by some people in the adult film industry, and I was really impressed by the writing.
All right, that is...
Now, if you've seen any of her videos, there's no writing involved. I mean, I haven't seen...
Did she mean writing?
I'm looking at writing. Yeah, she's like a company, because she signed with a company. They asked me to be a part of it, and I thought, well, this is really well written, is what she said.
I think she's trolling. I think that's going to be...
I don't know.
She's goofing
I mean,
around,
she
right?
seems to be kind of genuine. She has signed to an adult boutique talent agency. She's 42. And, I mean, you know, she's doing a lot of porn. But I never watched Boy Meets World.
Oh, yeah, this is like
but this
later
girl,
years.
I mean, she looks good.
She lived with his older brother in, like, when his brother was off at college.
Okay.
And then there was also Joey Lawrence's brother was on.
Matthew Lawrence was in that
Yes,
show.
yes.
One of the Lawrence
Yes.
brothers. All right.
Because that was also Eric's brother. So yeah, they lived together in a dorm, and
Mhm.
she
And
was
she
their
was-
hot roommate.
And they were both in love with her, I think.
But wouldn't it be weird if you were on that show and you can now go watch her get railed?
Yeah.
That
You
would
know,
be
it's-
weird.
It's weird that I watch that show and I can go watch her get railed.
Yeah,
but
see,
like,
I
that's
only
even
know-
weirder that, yeah. You're like,
I never watched the show, so I,
Or you can watch her get railed and then watch the show. Like,
all right, now, Topanga, your turn.
Well,
Make
that's-
all my childhood fantasies come true.
See, I think Topanga's got a weird face, so I wouldn't want to watch her do anything.
It's just programmed into me.
Sean's girlfriend was black. That was like my whole takeaway from it. I was like, wow, this is the first time I've ever seen like
very progressive show, yeah.
interracial relationship, and Sean was like in love with her.
Yeah.
But I just remember when Topanga was on the cover of
Sean
like
was bad news, though.
She was on the cover of Maxim or something
Oh,
years
really?
ago, and they were like, "Ooh, she's really grown up." And, ugh.
Kelly Kapowski, how about her? What's her
Tiffany
name?
Amber Thiessen.
Yeah.
See, she's another one where she was like, I didn't know they were rebooting Saved by the Bell. Her and Mark Paul Gosselaar were like, we didn't know they were rebooting it. And it's like, yeah, because they probably didn't think you guys needed the work. You guys are working. They're not going to hit you up. They're going to
What's
hit
she
up
working
the
on?
chick from Showgirls. I don't know. But I mean, you see her pop up and stuff.
Did Mr. Belding die? Is he dead?
No, Dennis Haskins?
Yeah.
No.
He's not dead?
Still one of the greatest episodes of the Alan Cox Show in Cleveland ever was when Dennis Haskins was on the show. This was in my first couple of years here.
This is before me.
Pre-Bill Squire. Dennis Haskins was in here, and Corey Roddick was in with us because he was a huge Saved by the Bell fan or something, and he was in here, and I don't remember if he was drunk or... I don't remember what it was. If it was around St. Patty's Day, it's real blurry, but goddamn, I wish I had that episode of the show.
Who was drunk?
It was
Dennis
so,
or Corey?
No, Corey. I feel like it was St. Patty's Day or something, or I might be getting my lines crossed.
It could
but
be St. Patrick's Day because
it
I
was
remember
Corey
you
and
guys,
Dennis Haskins, and it was so funny.
You guys used to do the show after you guys would go on the bar crawl.
Yeah, it was ridiculous. Yeah, but Dennis Haskins was so, and I don't even remember what he was in town for, but he was
Did he have
so
a band or something, or
don't
was it a
remember.
movie?
But he was so self-aware of his place in pop culture, and he
That's
couldn't have
good.
been nicer.
That's
yeah,
great.
He was just a funny dude. And he's still alive, still out there.
Okay, good.
68 years old.
That's good. Was it Mr. Feeney? Did he pass away?
Mr. If that's who I think it is, William Daniels was the
Yeah.
actor.
Yeah, he was
I
the
believe
voice of
he's
Kit.
he was the voice of Kid. He was on St. Elsewhere. No, he's still alive
He's still alive, too?
He's 92 years old.
Let's get it poppin', guys. Let's have a reunion.
I just want Topanga to do porn.
My mom used to think that she was like a floozy.
Topanga?
Mm-hmm.
Because of the name?
Not even because of the name.
She
but
was with Corey her entire life, pretty much.
I know, but she was just like, Topanga's a stupid name, and she's playing the good girl.
What kind of name is that?
It's
Well,
not,
she had like hippie parents.
Oh, so they named after Topanga Canyon?
I guess. I don't know. They never really explained it other than she was just like a weird kid.
Alan, I live in East Lake, and I've been a listener since day one, way before Poundcake's petty ass was on the show. There you go. Well, you are our chief petty officer, and Poundcake does have to live up to that title.
That is true.
I require it.
It's the only thing that keeps him around here.
Alan, my girlfriend works in private jet aviation. A jet runs between 15 and 60 million to purchase. The flights are 8 to 12 grand per hour. Poundcake will never earn enough to buy a jet before he dies at 35. Well, there you go. I certainly hope that listen, as much as we give you a hard time, I think I can speak for Bill. I certainly hope that Ouija board is incorrect.
Me too.
Right? I mean, they rarely are. I mean, the Ouija board in and of itself, and it's in the room, so I don't want to speak ill of it.
It's actually in the office.
Oh,
right
it
now.
is?
Yeah.
Okay, well, then I'll speak
No,
with
it's not in the room. It's right there.
Listen.
It's coming for you.
The movement is coming from inside the studio. Obviously, we all know it's rarely ever wrong. Its judgment it's unimpeachable. But Poundcake, it said he was going to die at 35. You better get to getting, son,
I was gonna say, I have the
on this
privilege-
Taco Bell stuff.
I have the privilege of knowing, like, y'all don't know when y'all gonna die. Like, at least I know whatever I do, I can run out in the middle of traffic right now, and I'll be just fine.
I don't think that's how it works.
It's not like set in stone that it's 35. Like, I'm not gonna die before, am I?
I mean, it said you were going to die at 35, so I guess it all depends.
I'm gonna start doing Matrix
but if
in the middle of the highway.
If you try and if you do things that are that dangerous, the likelihood that it's going to be wrong will increase.
That's
we'll
true.
have to revisit it maybe.
It's true. That's how it works. It's just science. Plain old science.
There's that new movie coming out called Countdown. It's an app that they put on your phone and tells you how long you have to live.
I saw that in the preview for what movie did I see?
Probably
It? Chapter 2?
It was it. Yeah.
Because it's a horror movie.
Yep. I like that idea.
You like the idea of an app that tells you when you're going to die.
I like the idea of the movie. I think that's clever because there's
I do
apps
too.
that tell you everything now. And then when bitches are like, you know what? I have 76 years and I'm not going to waste one more minute with you. I think that would be
Why does it make them a bitch if they don't want to waste their time with you?
No, I mean bitches isn't like girls, buddy, friends, confidants.
I
Like,
see.
Yeah, just girls and girls.
Confidants. You know those bitch confidants you got? Alan, Eastlake didn't have a Taco Bell. That was in Willowick, and it's closed. I love people on the east side who don't know what their towns are. Every time we have a thing over there, people go, I'll go, hey, I'm going to be in Eastlake Saturday. They're like, that's not Eastlake. I'm like, bro, you don't even know where you live. Like, I know where I'm going. I'm a West Sider, right? Neither better nor worse.
West Side, Best Side.
But everybody knows where everything, like, they know what their town is. East Side, they're like, I think this is where I live. How do you get your mail? How do you get home every day?
How do you get your mail?
I mean, come on.
It's more spread out over there.
They just drive out to
It's
the east
not
side and just
more
throw it on the
spread out.
street.
Yeah. How is it more spread out?
There's more property to have out there. It's just like,
But you still know where your town
there's more
is.
townships and stuff, and I'm trying to get
Now, what are you trying to do?
trying to give these East Side mouth breathers a good chance. Like I don't know.
East Side mouth breathers. Oh man,
Hey,
you're
listen.
making friends today.
The mouth breathers were all state in hockey last year, all right? Don't make fun of them. That's a big school over there.
What's wrong with breathing through your mouth?
Yeah.
Don't make you a bad person. Sometimes you have a stuffy nose.
It calms you down, you know, breathe through your nose, out through your mouth.
Can you, if you're breathing through your mouth and like eating, can you like, is that okay?
Why don't you try it?
Like you don't know the way you eat. What was that?
He's trying to eat,
and like
mimic eating and breathing at the same time. So if you breathe while you're eating through your mouth, wouldn't you inhale the food into your lungs?
Oh. Okay. You're right.
You're the mouth breather.
Anyway. Alan, my best friend, was a call girl in Vegas. Well, you don't hear that anymore. Call girl. And Mr. Belding was a customer.
Oh, nice.
Hey, listen. I
He's
mean,
gotta live his life.
That's right. He's got to do
Probably
his
paid
thing.
well. He's nice.
He's
gonna,
well known. He's divorced, right?
Yeah.
So it's all above board.
Could you imagine when he walked in, she's like, "Oh my God, I used to watch you as I would get ready for school. Hi." He's like, "Thanks."
Yeah.
No, you got a picture with him for sure, though.
Yeah, he's like, "Hey, remember me?
I was never here." Serving winch.
Does he get a student teacher discount kind of thing? I don't know.
I'm gonna have to call you up to the board.
Tiffany Amber Thiessen has her own cooking show.
Oh, okay. All right. I don't want to watch her cook. That's not what I'm interested in.
You want to watch her do porn.
You're right.
Yeah. You want to watch her work with sausage.
Yeah.
Just not andouille.
I want to see Winnie Cooper. I want to see her get naked.
But she's a brainiac. She's like a math genius. She's
That's
not
even hotter, Alan.
So was that.
But she's not going to. What?
There was an Italian model that was like an engineer in England, and he was like an international supermodel. And like it took him forever for his students to like.
Okay, but I'm just saying, like, she legit teaches math at like Caltech or something.
That's even hotter. So yeah, great.
Yeah.
Right. I'm just saying
There's no way to teach math, Alan. You either know it or you don't.
Yeah, you get it through osmosis. Yeah. I see what you're saying.
Hey,
that's why I'm so bad at it.
It's a gift.
Anyway, nobody ever tried to not teach it to me.
Who couldn't use an extra $100,000, no matter how smart you are? You say,
yeah, but that's a stain on your record and your sheets and your dress. You know.
Enough
the girl
money.
from Boy Meets World is like, look, I got nothing going on. Let's do some porn. Winnie Cooper is a legitimately, she's an intellectual.
She was the one on TV talking about taste it. Like
who?
Winnie Cooper.
Taste what?
She had like an ice cream, and she was giving it to whatever the guy's name was, and she had it on
Kevin?
her. Yeah.
Oh,
I don't
you
remember.
mean when she was 12 and reading lines on a television show? I never watched that show
That was
either.
very
but I mean,
suggestive.
That is very,
okay.
very suggestive.
She
I will
wasn't
give you
doing
that.
pornography on the Wonder Years.
But that was definitely a scene that they wrote for a very specific reason.
The Plunder Years. Oh, boy. Eastside Mouth Breathers at the Beachland next Wednesday. I love it.
It's a good name.
Eastside venue. All right, let me break. You want to get the last word in, send me a text. But it's got to be up there with Eastside Mouth Breathers or at the Beachland. 35192. We'll be back after these.
Hey everybody, welcome to Is It Weird? I'm Bill Squire, and I appreciate you watching. Don't forget to, and I know this is audio wallpaper to a lot of you, like, subscribe, and share. Let's concentrate on sharing today, because if you share, even if you don't share like a link, tell someone about it. Tell someone that you like to watch this live stream, and tell them that they should watch it. And let's get those numbers up. I want more people watching. I want more people engaged with the live stream. I like the live stream a lot, and I want to keep doing it, but we got to keep those numbers climbing. Right now, they've kind of plateaued. We need to climb in order to keep this thing going. So keep those numbers up. Liking, sharing, subscribing, that all helps. If you've never subscribed and you just watch it every day, or you watch it every once in a while, subscribing helps too. We're getting close to 10,000. We're around 8,000 right now. And that would be very helpful. Ugh, it's weird that I just burped up some chicken marsala. Ugh. You guys are lucky you're not here. No smell-o-vision yet. Is it weird that Mary thinks she knows me so well, but she really doesn't? Yesterday I went to the art museum, and I posted it on my Instagram story, and then she messages me, and she's like, "Since when do you like art?" I'm like, "I love art. I've been to the art museum a half a dozen times in the past year," which I think is pretty, that's a pretty steady flow, right? I'm there every other month at least. I really like the art museum. I'm there a lot. I'm a big fan of the art museum, and I don't understand how Mary hasn't picked up on that. She's always just paying attention to the salads that she's taking pictures of, and her selfies. She's just in her own world. She can't defend herself right now, so it's perfect for me. But the art museum is great. Right now they have an exhibit that is a tribute to, well, it's Michelangelo, not the Ninja Turtle, the old painter, the Renaissance painter. I believe he's Italian. Great exhibit that has a bunch of his old sketches, which, sketching something back then was a much different process. You don't go to, the art store and get your sketchbook and your supplies. It's not like it was a whole, like getting the supplies just to sketch things back then was a lot more of a job, and it took a lot more. It was more of a process. So I appreciate that there's these sketches of some of his really famous works. Like there's some sketches that were from the Sistine Chapel, which is incredible. And then you have actual like artifacts, like actual drawings that he put his hands on, not paintings. Like we know the paintings, we know the sculptures, but like him working things out. And as someone that's really invested in the process of creation, I really loved this exhibit. I loved seeing how he was developing his technique and how he worked through it, and then also the history of it. The fact that these are sketches that are over 500 years old is incredible. Like there's something about being near something that is that old, but yet so delicate, and it being preserved, that just really appeals to me. I'm really happy that I got to go and see it. And I also ended up getting a little art for my new condo. I'm pretty, it's the hand of God, but it's, it's also just his fingers, which is on brand for me. So it's a little double, it's great art, but also works for me because, I talk about fingering girls a lot, and that's becoming my brand. If he had drawn a gazebo, oh, that would have been perfect. But no gazebo art that I found. So maybe I'll keep looking. And then he did get very religious towards the end, and that reminds me of the video that I just posted on AlanCoxShow.com. It's a preacher that's speaking in tongues, And while he's speaking in tongues, he's also scrolling through his phone, just kind of really phoning in the speaking in tongues part, where he's just making noises and not really feeling the spirit like you should be if you're supposed to be speaking in tongues. He's just kind of groaning at one point. He's just like looking through his phone, and it's quite hilarious. So go to alancoxshow.com and check out that video. And do you want to talk about God for a little bit? Probably not, but let's do it anyway. What do you think God is? Do you believe in God? I don't really believe in God, but if there is a God, I think he's a very hands-off God. I think he's a God that threw some stuff out there, made some stuff, maybe he, maybe she, whatever the entity is, put it out there and is just like leaving it alone and just goes, I can't believe they're doing that now. Some of the stuff that they're doing, pretty impressive. Some of it, real silly. Real silly. So maybe that's the kind of God that exists. I don't think it's a God that's intervening in our day-to-day life. I don't find that God to be all that feasible the way life goes. But maybe it does happen. I don't know. I have no way of knowing. But it just doesn't seem like he would be all that concerned with us. Just the way the world's going, I don't feel like there's a lot of God happening on a day-to-day basis. I think it's more of like a Sims type thing where he's just looking down. Every once in a while, he'll mess things up just to entertain us a little bit, or entertain himself rather. So, who knows? Who knows? I don't. People claim they do, but I don't think they do. All right, that's about it for this episode. Thanks for watching. Don't forget, like, subscribe, share. Follow me on Instagram at Bill Squire. Come see me in Fairport Harbor if you're out on the east side. That's October 12th. And then I just scheduled a show in Lorraine out in at Union Town Provisions, and that's November 9th. So we got a little ways before that one, but everything else is at billsquire.com. Thanks for watching, and then check out alancoxshow.com for that preacher video, and keep liking and subscribing and sharing, and tell people about the stream. Tell them about it.
Okay, we got to roll. Hey, thanks to Lewis Black for checking in today. He is going to be at the MGM Northfield Park on Saturday night. Ticketmaster's got your info. It's an 8 o'clock show out there on the center stage. Good to see John Heffron. He's in town doing hilarities tonight through Saturday. PickwickandFrolic.com for that info. What you got coming up, William?
Just added a new show. This Tuesday, I will be hosting at the Masonic Auditorium for Theo Vaughn. And there's tickets available. You can go to theovaughn.com to get those tickets. And then next Saturday, I'm doing a show out in Fairport Harbor. You can go to billsquire.com to get those tickets. And then follow me on Twitter and Instagram at Bill Squire.
Poundcake?
I'll be at the Browns Backers event at Twist, and that is October 13th from 1 to 3. So come, have some Tito's, and it'll be a good time. Follow all the details on that at Radio Cody B.
Have you ever done a daytimer at Twist?
Oh, hell yeah.
Oh, yeah?
Oh, yeah.
It's not weird if it's all sunlight? And...
They had a Taco Tuesday there for a while. I don't know if they still do it, but because when they were testing out Landmark, which is the restaurant next to it, oh, yeah, I used to go there all the time and get really day drunk there. It was fun.
Okay. Sunday morning, looking ahead to that week in Cox, 8 to 10 every Sunday morning. It is 2 hours of the best stuff from the week, all condensed for your listening pleasure. And that's it. Thank you guys for hanging out today. Anything you missed, the show is available on demand on the iHeartRadio app. You can ask Siri to play it for you on the Apple HomePod. You can ask your Alexa, all that stuff. Sonos, just tell them to play the show. And if you prefer to watch it, you can do that. We archive the live video stream at our YouTube channel, which is The Alan Cox Show, and you can follow me on social at Alan Cox Show. And we'll talk to you again tomorrow. Thanks very much for hanging out today. The Corey Roddick Experience is next, and I will see you in hell.